Radiant team, ban.
Yeah.
Dire team, ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team, ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and welcome to the Mega 8 Challenge, sponsored by MTN. I'm going to be your host, Scarpy, and joining me early morning there for him. How are you doing this morning? And how are you looking forward to this matchup between both Flipside and Ventus?
Well, I've been doing better, but I'm sure I'll recover pretty quickly here, and I'm definitely looking forward to this matchup. I think usually, the first day with the top seeds against the lower seeds, the matches tend to be a little bit more one-sided, but once we get into day 2, the matches start to even out a little bit more, especially in the lower bracket, so I think this should be pretty exciting. I think Ventus is obviously a little bit of a favorite here, but not so much that I think it should necessarily be one-sided, and with the best of one, you know that both teams are going to give their all in game 1, so yeah, I'm really looking forward to it.
Yeah, we managed to catch a little bit of Ventus playing yesterday. Didn't do all too terribly up against BVD, but I do see that they have a stand-in currently in Destructor. I actually am quite familiar with him. I actually, in fact, played with him for a little while, so it's going to be interesting to see how they deal with having this stand-in that position. The side of Flipside, we didn't manage to catch much of the games, but apparently they actually did pretty well yesterday. They did lose 2-0, but a lot of their games could have just gone either way. So I think it's going to be a very interesting matchup between these two sides. But the draft, it's about halfway through, and a couple of interesting things here really to identify. The Shadow Demon as well as the Slider are going to be banned out in the first phase, as well as the Alchemist and the Ogre Magi. Quite interesting there, because we did see the Alchemist yesterday being picked up by Ventus, but however this does leave the Drow open here for Ventus to pick up for themselves, as well as the Axes and the Warlock for Flipside. So pretty interesting starts here. What do you make of this Alchemist ban? Do you think maybe it's just a little bit of respect, knowing that Ventus do like to go into that Alchemist when maybe for a easy win maybe, or something of that sort?
Yeah, I guess they saw Alchemist play the other day, and they just know that Ventus like to play Alchemist, so they just didn't want to have to deal with Alchemist. It's just maybe one of those heroes that they're not very comfortable shutting down, and because of that, they just don't want to kind of give away a free game to an Alchemist. But I mean, you ban the Alchemist, but now you're playing against Drow, and it's not just Drow. There's Drow and OD. I mean, OD's still there. I don't know why there's that much hesitation, because this should just be an instant OD pick. Because like Drow OD, I mean, it's a lineup which can lose. It actually even lost in the qualifiers, but I think one of the best lineups out there right now. And in the end, go for the Oracle. I mean, I guess Oracle's fine, but it's going to have a defensive support when you have Drow, and it kind of shuts off a potential future Batrider pick. But Venge is good enough with Drow anyway that you can probably get one of those two later in the second phase, and I really would have just preferred to see the OD there.
Yeah, I can absolutely agree with you there. The Warlock as well as the Axe, pretty good AoE damage that they do have on hand. Oracle obviously able to deal a decent amount of damage. And we're going to see a couple more bans coming through, the Tinker as well as the Medusa and the Darkseer, so still that OD is in the pool, so maybe Ventus is going to have another opportunity to pick that one up for themselves. Quite surprised there by that, and I mean, OD's just been pretty much a hot ban, to be fair. In fact, they're going to ban it themselves. That's very, very interesting, so obviously they have some sort of plan up their sleeves, I do assume.
Yeah, well, I guess they banned OD just because Flipside had the first pick there after the second phase, so they left it for the last ban because they were expecting Flipside to ban it at some point in the second phase, so they didn't want to have to waste their ban on it. When they say that Flipside didn't ban it with either of their two bans, they decided they had to ban it themselves just because they didn't want to have to go up against the OD themselves. And Flipside were perfectly prepared for this because now they get their Invoker, and we'll have to see what Ventus want to do here. The Medusa's out, the OD's out. Yeah, well, I was going to say that leaves basically Mirana and Storm as the two obvious options, and they do end up going with the Mirana. So Mirana Drow is also almost as good as OD Drow, so I guess they still ended up with a pretty decent lineup here. On top of that, they now have the Oracle, so one of the best counters to the Mirana is already taken out.
Yeah, I can definitely agree with you there. And the Mirana going to match up with the Invoker, obviously with the bonus elements of having that aura on hand, it's not too terrible of a matchup. Mirana can pretty much, I assume, get rid of those Forge Spirits pretty quickly and hopefully win his lane. But do you think it's going to favor the Mirana heavily, or is Invoker good enough to really deal with that bonus aura that is going to be given to the Mirana?
Yeah, normally Mirana Invoker is a pretty volatile matchup. It can really go either way, but I would say with the Drow, Mirana should definitely have the advantage. I would be surprised if she doesn't win the lane. So it's going to really come down to, skill, I guess. The biggest thing is I don't know how these two will match up mid skill-wise, and the other thing is just what pressure can be put on by supports. So far we have Oracle and Warlock as one support for each team. Neither of these are really good at putting pressure on mid at all, more or less. So we'll just have to see what the second support is going to be. It's obviously easier to put pressure on an Invoker than it is a Mirana, since Mirana is almost impossible to kill, and Invoker obviously is pretty low movement speed, pretty easy to kill in the mid. So yeah, I guess that if the Drow team picks up something like I guess Ogre's out. I don't know, any sort of roaming support that can put a little pressure mid, then it's gonna be very difficult for the Invoker. Whereas if Flipside support which can help mid, I would say it's probably going to be more or less an even lane.
Yeah, I can definitely agree. And just touching on that, the skill matchup, I do know that Muzzy is very comfortable on his Invoker. One of the better mid laners in South Africa at this time. Ishan, we saw, had a bit of a tough time yesterday.
Which, like I said, is kind of what you want. I mean, he can start at level 1 in mid and give Invoker a bit of an advantage by draining 40% of the Mirana's HP. Oh, it's not nothing. But yeah, otherwise, like the whole Winter Wyvern to counter Drow, it can work occasionally, but it's usually just when the opposing team positions themselves poorly. And to be perfectly honest, if your opponents are positioning themselves poorly, you can more or less beat them with anything. You've already got Axe to punish that anyway, so this kind of just seems like doubling down. Now, who knows? I mean, maybe Ventus have some positioning issues, so yeah, well, we'll see. But I don't tend to love it so much. The Cold Embrace doesn't do much to stop Drow, because even though she's a physical damage lineup, basically, she can just switch targets to someone else or continue damaging towers, etc. And obviously the ultimate can be decent, but Drow is still pretty long range. She doesn't have to be standing on top of people. On top of that, Mirana, just can completely destroy people who get caught in Cold Embrace. So I think, I don't know. But on the other hand, we see Lion, which is another kind of semi-roaming support, so I'm happy to see that, because it is something that can, like I said, put a little bit of pressure on the mid. On top of that, it works pretty well at shutting down just a single hero, which in this game I'm guessing is going to be the Invoker.
Yeah, I can definitely agree with you there. And I mean, we look at Ventus' lineup, they do have the Oracle as well. Like you say, the Lion who's going to be looking to control up this Invoker. But the Oracle, it does fairly well up against the Winter Wyvern. I mean, if he's not caught inside that Cold Embrace, it's very easy for him to get the False Promise down, and Ventus can look to turn that fight around. They won't be able to deal too much extra damage. Do you think potentially that this Winter Wyvern might be a little bit of an error that they've made in this draft so far?
No, I think it's probably just a comfort thing. They've played against Drow lineups before, and they consider that Winter Wyvern is the direction they want to go. Other than discounting the ultimate and Cold Embrace, I mean, Splinter Blast is good D-push, and you do need D-push against Drow. At the moment, they didn't actually have any D-push. I mean, Warlock can kind of a little bit, but there still has to be damage to follow up the Fatal Bonds. He can't just do it by himself. Similarly, Invoker doesn't really D-push at all, so Winter Wyvern gives them some sort of a spammable ability to help defend towers against the Drow, which I guess is part of it. And then on top of that, obviously, the Splinter Blast can be pretty good with Warlock if Warlock does link multiple heroes and you can get a Splinter Blast on them. Now, again, it's kind of a dream scenario, but who knows, it might occasionally be able to happen.
Yeah, I can agree with you there. But the Titans are going to be the pickup here for Ventus, so they got their beefcake to really sit in the front line, set up a team fight potential for them here, so quite an interesting pickup here. I do remind everyone who is watching, of course, this is 50,000 Rand up for grabs in the Mega8 tournament, which is sponsored by MTN, as well as Kagiso.
Morphling.
Yeah, well, there's not a Medusa on the team, so that's already a big improvement. But yeah, Invoker does want a lot of farm, but he can be a lot more active than Medusa can. So I think this is certainly a better lineup for the Morphling. The big question is whether the Morphling against the Drow is going to be a little bit too risky or not, because as we talked about before, the Morphling is a hero who needs a fair amount of time to get set up. Can't just start contributing right away, other than like early TPs into waveform. So basically, the question will be whether they can actually hold out long enough against the Drow lineup for the Morphling to get online. Once the Morphling gets online, even then, the Drow lineup still has a fair amount of tools to deal with the Morphling because they've got the Lion who could eventually pick up a Blink Dagger, and they've got the Drow Silence. They can still theoretically kill the Morphling. So, I think the Morphling's fine. I think there potentially could have been better carries who do. I don't think the split push Morphling is that effective here against the Dyer's lineup, and at the same time, I think it's not an early game carry like a Lifestealer or even a Slark, which is traditionally good against Drow or PL. So I don't know. It remains to be seen. I think it's definitely a better pick this time than it was the last time we saw it, though. Yep. All right. So over on flip side, we have Muzzy, who will be going mid on the Invoker. We have Panda737, who will be going off lane / jungle on the Axe. And Pimpnane Slickback, who will be going safe lane on the Morphling. Supporting, we'll have Milky on the Warlock and Sticklish on the Winter Wyvern. Meanwhile, over on the Dire, we do have CKY, who will be supporting on the Lion, alongside Seer, who will be supporting on the Oracle. Destructor will be going off lane on the Tidehunter. Isan will be going mid on the Mirana, and Night Wraith will be farming safe lane as the Drow.
Nice, thanks.
And just reconnecting. I've definitely been in that situation before. It's a pretty stressful situation, but I don't think it necessarily will play a big role in this matchup. I think that team, which, like I said, I would consider to be the slightly favored team going in, Ventus, has probably the more solid and stable draft. I mean, they've got Drow Mirana Tide lineup with one defensive support and a Lion. There's really nothing unusual about this at all. The only pick which is slightly out of the ordinary for a lineup like this would be the Lion, but I mean, Lion's still fine support. There's nothing wrong with it. So I feel like they got a draft that they're probably comfortable with. They're going to play a type game that they've probably played plenty of times before with the Drow lineup. So yeah, I think they're going to be really comfortable with the way this goes. And I mean, really going to be up to Flipside to be able to execute very well in order to stop, rather than any pressure on Ventus to have to perform in an unusual situation. No, there's not really either team which is going to really have an advantage during the laning phase more so than would be expected. I mean, a draw lineup always should outlane the opposing team a little bit. So, I mean, like I said, I expect the Mirana to have a slight edge in the mid. It's really going to come down to support rotations, though. Each team has one support who can help mid. The Winter Reverend can't really get any kills mid. I mean, there's not really any possibility of the Mirana dying mid unless she misplays, whereas the Invoker can theoretically get killed by rotation from the Lion. So that, to begin with, should put a little bit of pressure on the Invoker on top of the lane mismatch because of the Drow Aura, meaning that Ventus should start to build up a little bit of an advantage in the laning phase. On top of that, obviously, Tide can stack Ancients, but Axe can go jungle immediately, so Axe gets a little bit more out of the laning phase typically early on, and the Tide can bounce back. Either way, I think it should be more or less an even laning phase, and I don't expect anything. I mean, like, we don't have any dual lanes or anything like that. There's not really any volatile lanes. It's really just going to come down to execution and going into the early to mid game to see whether the Drow lineup can dictate the pace or whether F3 can manage to mess things up a little bit for the Drow lineup and start to get to split pushing as they want.
30 seconds to battle. The battle begins.
The
prize is mine.
Gains.
No, Axe has a lot of difficulty against this matchup. I mean, even the Drow alone, once she's level 2 or 3, can easily zone the Axe by herself. On top of that, we've got the 2 supports and a reasonable amount of kill potential when the Lion's there. So yeah, I think that... Oh, and the Lion... Actually, if he'd gone around now, he would actually be able to snipe the courier. So it's a shame that... Yeah, he's actually blocking Ancients. I don't know that the Ancient blocking really is that important, but the Winter Wyvern's actually good. No, I don't really like it very much. I don't think you're really gaining anything here. It's not like you can really pressure with the Axe into 3 range and a Drow as the core. Drow's just going to farm, and look, they're just taking harassment. There's 2 of them. I mean, admittedly, he doesn't have Arctic Burn right now, but even when you have Arctic Burn, you saw it there. Typically, when you're playing a dual lane, where you want to be able to put pressure is the supports on the side, because the supports are going to try to zone you from the side, and if you can force them to move back, then you can actually take control of the lane. But you just Arctic Burn and hit 1 or 2 supports, and the Axe runs at them, but the Axe, he has no way of killing them. Axe needs creeps to actually deal damage, so it's just not a really very effective dual lane. I would rather see the Winter Wyvern spend more time towards the mid and, put a little bit of pressure on the Mirana, give the Invoker more of an advantage, because we can see that the Mirana is already ahead of the Invoker now. And I think that just setting up the Invoker for a good mid game would be more important than trying to help this Axe, who, as I've already said, I mean, he can easily go into the jungle. I think this is not only not effective, but it's not necessary. Yeah, the fact that he hasn't been forced out is great for him. I mean, even if the Winter Wyvern actually had the potential of being down here, then he probably would have to be a little bit more scared, because Arctic Burn plus Shadow Wave and a Waveform over the top, probably enough to kill him, whereas right now, just against the 2 of them, as long as he pays attention to his HP, he doesn't really risk dying. So it's actually kind of funny that he went the Iron Talon, which is kind of the safe thing to do, and a very reasonable choice, and in the end he ends up just getting played a lot. But yeah, looks like some action top.
Axe will whittle them down. one by one. Haste.
He's just got a haste rune, so he thinks he can get a kill with it here top. And there's definitely going to be something that happens in a second here.
Forebodings now makes kill. Is not axe.
Yeah, the top lane just needs to be a little more cautious. I mean, I saw in that first engagement, the Lion managed to get himself called. I mean, like, I understand Arctic Burn into call, but as a support, you just have to play further back. Once you realize that both of them are level 2, you know that they're going to try to go on you at some point. You know that there's Sunstrike. So you just have to play around it. Just let the Drow stand in front. She can CS from so far away that it's almost impossible for them to actually go on the Drow. And then when the Axe tries to run up on the Drow, you can stun the Axe, prevent him from calling while Arctic Burn is up, and the Drow runs away. But when you get caught as a support, Tyr should be fine here.
A soldier's death. If not now,
Dire's top tower is under attack.
your fiend spawn of shadows. To hell with you.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, just a little bit of overextension there. I mean, even if the Mirana hadn't come, that was still probably going to be a 2-for-1 trade.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Gold for me.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yes! Your hopes fade tonight.
Dire's structures are fortified.
The one hero that was pretty much getting free farmed, so I'm sure they will be happy with that. As Invoker, he's still not doing too terribly. He's going to be looking for that Hand of Midas, and we'll be getting it pretty shortly. And after that, he's going to surpass that of the Mirana. At that stage, once the Hand of Midas is online, do you feel that the Invoker is just going to have far more of a bigger effect than the Mirana is on this map?
Well, meanwhile, we should take a look top real quick, because I think there's potentially going to be a kill here.
Sticklish taking a lot of damage here. The Drow just marching his way on in. They don't really have too much lockdown, in fact, and not enough slow as the Orborks were coming through from the Drow, but not enough. However, the Axe, he's got his blink up, gets the blink down onto the Drow. Drow's in a lot of trouble here. Will they be able to bring him down as he's going to be healed up here by Sia? The chase is still on. Not Wraith, he's still alive, trying to juke himself into the trees, but he's going to be dunked down in bits of sleep. Moonlight Shadow is going to be utilized here. A little bit late, but the rest of the team will be able to get themselves on out. In fact, Sticklish, ooh, almost falling there, but Milky, he looks like he will go down as he does get the Shadow Wave down, but it's not enough. The rotation from Ishan is going to secure that. It's a 1-for-1 exchange. Now Panda, he needs to get himself on out, does have that Blink Dagger on hand, and looks like he should be fine. And meanwhile, the Invoker going to find himself a tier 1 tower and will be more than pleased with that outcome.
Yeah, so 2 tier 1 towers actually go down while that's going on. The one for the Invoker mid and the one for the Morphling bottom. So this is actually pretty great when you're playing against a Drow lineup, but you're for it later with some nice Mirana plays. At least his arrows have certainly been on point so far. Yeah,
and I mean, it's 4 for 4, but looking over at the Network, the Morphling is doing pretty well for himself. He's able to farm the big camp. He's brought down the tower as well. Nightwraith is going to join the fray here and force the Morphling back into the jungle, but he's already got his Perseverance up. Going to have that Lincoln Sphere, and then maybe it's going to be a bit of a concern here. Does Ventus really have enough with just the silence from the Drow?
Well, they've got the Lion as well, so even with the silence from the Drow, like, the biggest issue is just being able to close on him, because once they get one spell on him and get his Lincolns off, because, I mean, you can take the Lincolns off so easily with the Lion, which is Mana Drain, or, I mean, Hex into Stun, then they can easily lock him down and kill him between the 3-second silence, the Stun, the Hex. The big question is when the Lion will be able to get a Blink Dagger. He has 1,000 gold now. I'm pretty happy to see that he is saving up to go towards that Blink Dagger as quickly as possible. And yeah, like I said, once he has that, they have some capacity to lock down the Morphling. I'm actually picking up a lot of sound from your mic though right now. Like,
I do apologize. It's potentially a little bit of wind, but I'm not on open mic in game, so hopefully it won't affect other people. Yeah. But we'll sort that out shortly. But yeah, I mean, Nightwraith, he's got his Dragon Lance up, so he'll be happy with that outcome. Meanwhile, Sticklish, he's going to be sitting here with Milky as well as the Axe, who's got that Blink Dagger up. If anyone joins the fray, it joins the line here, could be in a bit of trouble. Nightwraith, he's in a precarious spot here, but he has been scattered up, but the call comes through from the Axe, and he does turn around. It's a good one on that. The Warlock ulti is going to be dropped. They will find the kill very quickly. Ravish follow up, going to catch out too. It looks like Axe, he could find himself in trouble, will go down. They do find themselves a second, in fact the third, and that's a 3-for-1 exchange, and that attempt of a gank completely turns sideways there for the side of Flipside, and I'm sure they will not be pleased with that outcome. Ishan, apologies, just looking at the Morphling here, but Morphling gonna look to get himself an out. Doesn't have enough mana for that TP, but we'll have that shortly. And yeah, a lot of time wasted here for the Morphling, in fact.
Yeah, well, I mean, it was a pretty big 3-for-1. Ventus really needed that to get back into the game because they were in a pretty bad spot here, being down 3 towers, the Drow lineup, and behind a net worth. If they get the 3-for-1, they kind of even the game out a little bit more, although they're still struggling a bit just because while that was going on, they took a fair amount of damage on their tier 2. Well, actually, they didn't take much damage on towers, but they're constantly having their lanes pushed out by the Invoker and the Morphling, who are just going to continue to get up in net worth. And obviously, when you're playing a Drow lineup, you really don't want to be playing from behind. You don't always have to be ahead, but you really want to at least be even. So they still got a little ground to make up, and looks like Flipside does not want to give them that space by immediately going back into the enemy jungle with the smoke, this time with 4 heroes instead of 3.
Yeah, having a look over at the side answer though, he's heading over towards that mechanism. Do you think getting the mech is the right play here with the Drow strat, seeing that they might be looking to push a little bit later on, or will the blink, not going for the blink, maybe be a bit costly here for them?
No, you definitely want to go for the mech first. It's definitely the right call. And smoking up.
5-man
He
smoke.
actually really wants to finish.
They are.
He wants to finish that mech first, though.
Apologies.
No, that's fine.
Oh,
Cool.
they're going to be looking for something, but both sides are roaming around in the general area. And Morphling, he's in a tough spot here. Moonlight Shadow is going to be utilized here. It looks like Morphling is the target at hand, but he does have the Lincoln Sphere up, so it's going to be a difficult kill. He doesn't have any sort of replicate, so he's going to be in a bit of trouble potentially. The Link is going to be popped, he's going to be hexed up, and this is a lot of damage, and he'll be burst down very quickly as the finger does come through from CKY, and Morphling going to pay the ultimate cost there for just not having that replicate online.
Yeah, if he had the replicate online, he would have been able to jump out immediately. The problem is that his team did smoke his 4 into the enemy jungle while he was still dead, so he didn't have the capacity to actually make a replicate of anyone. But yeah, like I said, this is the capacity that the Lion brings to the table for the Dire, being able to very easily kill the Morphling once they're able to get on top of him. In this case, they did that with the Moonlight Shadow. It's a little bit of a shame because actually Muzzy did ping there on him bottom, telling, watch out a little bit, but he still kind of got caught regardless. So kind of giving away a little bit of a careless kill, but, well, still Radiant in a decent spot.
Yeah, that's, it's not too bad for them losing the Morphling there, as seems like they're going to be joining the mid lane here. Axe blinking defensively away, not really want to be taking a fight on that's not on their terms, as in fact, the Invis going to be picked up here by the Axe, and you're going to see if they're going to be able to make some sort of a play with that, as the mech is now up for the Titans, so that's another concern that they're going to be having, that burst heal that could potentially be coming out in these situations. And yeah, I mean, the farm is still looking pretty good for Flipside, though. They're definitely doing pretty well. Looking over at the net worth charts, though, just those couple of fights did cost them quite severely. I mean, they had a 4.5k, but looks like the Axe is going for a kill here. Dunk's actually going to be off the mark, and that's a little bit costly there. Seer's going to be able to walk himself on off. Sunstrike was also included in that package, but just not enough to secure the kill there on the Oracle.
Seer actually almost dying there at the end just because he didn't use Fate's Edict before he Purifying Flames himself with False Promise up. But yeah, I mean, barely managed to get out of there, so that's obviously good news. They really need to start focusing on either smoke ganking and getting more aggressive wards up, or dewarding their own half of the map. Because you look at the Radiant's vision right now, and I mean, you've got to expect this is the Dire, because you know that the Radiant have been in your jungle. You have to do something about getting these wards out, because if you just allow the wards to exist like this for the Radiant, you're not really going to ever be able to make any plays. They're just going to keep pushing all your lanes. I mean, they use Mirana ultimate here, but they're scattered up by a ward when they do it, so there's pretty much no capacity of this no possibility of this working.
Yeah, Moonlight Shadow going to be utilized here, as the D-Ward did come on through, so maybe they're going to be very aware that there is some sort of vision there for them, and that's going to deter them from going any deeper into the enemy jungle. But Roshan seems to be up for grabs here, and there is no vision that's going to scout this one out. Side of Flipside, it seems like they're not too concerned about this, if they're even aware of it at that, so they're just going to be farming up the map. And this Aegis, do you think it's going to be okay? In fact, they are going to scatter it now with the Sunstrike, and Axe walking in that general direction is alongside Milky. He does have that Golem up. This could be a very, very big problem. Isha, he's a little bit slow out of the picture. The call does come on through. They will find it on the Oracle. Oracle in a bit of trouble here, but Golem going to be dropped onto 3. That is huge. They do find potential here for some kills, and CKY is going to get himself an out, but seems like just no kills. They're actually going to go into the pit themselves, see if they can find that Roshan on a lower HP, but he's pretty full. But they're going to continue. They do have the Golem, of course. That is going to help them get this pretty easily. The stun does come through from the Moron, and that's just going to help them out and secure that Aegis for the Morphling. So a really good exchange there for Flipside, as Axe, he jumps in aggressively, does find Seer, doesn't get the call down on him, however, and should be all she wrote, as a defensive silence coming out there from the Drow. And yeah, Ventus on a little bit of a bad situation after that Roshan fight.
Well, I mean, I don't know. This is basically the same Ventus we saw the other day, with their Sand King not really having any idea what he was doing. I guess it wasn't Destructor. I mean, yesterday when we watched Ventus, because you mentioned Destructor standing in here, so he was not playing yesterday, I assume?
Yeah, I don't think he was.
Alright, it's funny though, because this person's playing exactly like the person from yesterday. So like, it's really the right call there from Ventus to go into the Roche pit because they want to force a team fight. I mean, like, sure, there's a fair amount of team fight capacity on the Radiant with the Warlock, and when he gets an awesome golem like that, it is going to be a little bit dangerous. But regardless, you've got the mech advantage, you have a Drow lineup, and you have a Tide with Ravage. So you really want to be fighting at Roche. This is good for you. But the Tide's just off in the woods. Even though he's got his mech done, he's not that close. I mean, he went Guardian Greaves before Blink now. You never do this. You should always get mech into Blink and then Guardian Greaves. It's not like there's even something to purge off with the Guardian Greaves here, like a Silence, so it's really not a priority. But regardless, like, he's just like farming up in the jungle. If he had been there at the Roche, they could have easily turned that around and then secured the Roshan. But like, he's got 4 of his teammates doing Roche. You know the enemy team's coming, but he's still just in the jungle. This is just impossible. If the Tide had been there, this would be a completely different game. But honestly, like, this decision right there, or miscommunication, whatever it was, from their team, might be the single-handed thing that cost them the game, because now they're playing from behind with a Drow lineup against a Morphling Invoker split push, and the Morphling has an Aegis, and with a shotgun coming soon. This is just, I don't know, this is like the nightmare situation when you play a Drow lineup, and I'm a little bit disappointed to see that Ventus kind of just didn't coordinate this a bit better.
Yeah, I can definitely agree there. It seems a little bit dismal, but obviously playing with the stand-in, I suppose, you just sometimes make these sort of errors, so maybe we can give it a little bit of a pass. But I mean, it's a best of 1. You're out of the tournament if you make these kind of errors, so very, very costly stuff there, and hopefully it won't bite them too hard. Maybe they can defend some more objectives, but they've lost a lot. They've only got 1 exterior tower standing, and their opponents have 5. Considering that they're a Drow lineup, this is pretty much not the scenario that you're looking for when you're playing as a Drow or in a Drow strats. This is really a tough spot. Is there a way for them to really create a bit more space and then potentially find objectives once this Aegis is down, or are they going to have to potentially set up for the high ground defense and just hope that they get good Ravages off?
I'm not exactly sure. Lion has his Blink Dagger now, which does give them some pickoff potential. Really, though, I mean, there's only 2 here. So, yeah, I guess the best case scenario for them is to try to use the Lion's Blink Dagger. I'm pretty sure they've got a number of smokes. Now they've only got 1... wait, no, that's the wrong team. So, yeah, we've got none in stock, actually. Do they have some on the Oracle? Oracle is carrying 1 smoke around. So, yeah, do a little dewarding. Oh, no. So, you got to deward before you smoke. I was just going to say, deward then smoke, but they kind of did it in the opposite order, and yeah, well, they're going to get scouted out. This is their last smoke, too, so this is really painful.
Yeah, this is going to cost him quite a lot. They still don't have the Blink Dagger on the Tide, so he's not going to be able to get that initiation. They're going to have to rely heavily here on CKY. Morphling is in their jungle, doesn't have a replicate up, so there is a potential here for a kill. That can be broken here by Destructor. He's actually going to scout him out, and all of a sudden, in fact, the fight's going to go down here. Meanwhile, the Invoker was brawling already with Ishan, as Drow, in fact, going to finally kill on the Axe, as they are rotating themselves on through the back, and seems like they're all going to have to get themselves an out, and a very, very costly smoke here for Flipside, and they actually find a good arrow on to the Morphling, who's in a lot of trouble. That's going to be Aegis down on the ground, and he needs to get himself on out pretty quickly here. Does get stunned up. Is going to be Morphing Strength, but look at the damage that's coming out. It's quite severe, but the Morphing Strength is going to be good. Oh, a great arrow from Ishan. Going to buy a little bit of extra time, and that's going to be a dead Morphling. That's Aegis and 2 kills, and Ventus really making a very good defense after a poor Roshan fight.
Yeah, but how does this even happen, right? They scouted out the smoke, they pinged it, because it was on top of a ward when the enemy team smoked. They pinged him out. They even drew a line showing exactly what they thought the enemy team would do. And I guess the Axe was trying to put himself in a position where they could kind of catch the enemy team, but instead he ended up being the one getting caught. And then, like, 1 hero getting caught turned into 2 heroes getting caught because the Morphling hung around for too long. The Invoker definitely had the right idea, just TP'd out immediately and started pushing into the lane, got a tier 2 tower out of it. So even though it is some weird missteps there from Flipside, they do manage to minimize the losses just by doing a little bit of damage to the structures. And yeah, with no outer towers left, even though that was a relatively successful smoke, Ventus are kind of back in the same situation they were in before. They do once again have a smoke available because I believe it just came off of cooldown in the shop, so they can buy one. But they still need to do the same thing. They need to deward, and then they need to smoke, and then they need to take the tier 1 tower mid, and then they need to get real wards up.
Yeah, I can definitely agree with you there. Let's just have a quick peek at their vision. They got some inside the enemy's jungle, as well as a little bit defending one of the entrances for themselves, but not really a lot for them to work with. I mean, they got a lot of towers still to bring down. Tier 1 mid seems to be their next goal here, but knowing that the Aegis is down, potentially this is a good time for them to go, but a really good defense from Flipside could be a major concern here for Ventus. So they back themselves on out and just fall back to farming. They're still doing fine for themselves, as I mean, the net worth charts isn't really substantial lead for either side. So do you think playing the patient game here for Ventus is the right idea, or do you think they need to go for objectives and hopefully win a couple of fights and just try and avoid the axe and just use good positioning?
Yeah, no, they've got to go fight. I mean, can't just sit back and farm. They're playing with the Drow against a Morphling. Obviously, Morphling significantly outskills the Drow. Drow will have a lot of difficulty late game against the Morphling. Invoker Mirana, it's relatively even. Invoker probably scales a little bit better. Tide is obviously an excellent late game offlaner.
Apologies about that.
Yeah.
Mirana gonna find the kill there onto the Invoker. Another nice kill coming out for Ventus, and they just keep on picking up these cores. Even though they have a net worth lead, they are encroaching very quickly onto both the Invoker as well as the Morphling. And considering that Morphling does have a Hand of Midas, I do feel that they pretty much closed that gap. So Ventus looking in a lot better position right now. And maybe do you think that they're peaking and this is the time to go?
Yeah, well, I mean, with the kill on the Invoker, it's definitely time to go try to take mid, and they know that as well. They've got to get this tier 1 here so that they can actually have some semblance of map control. I guess the Shadowblade on the Drow paying dividends there with enabling that pick off on the Invoker. We'll have to see if Tide can defend this. I don't think they can. It's best for them to just try to spam it out. No reason to take a risky fight into Ravage with the Invoker dead, and looks like that's exactly what they understand. So power goes down. Now it's, again, they still just got to worry about getting wards, because look, they got some like nice aggressive wards up. I mean, well, one kind of neutral ward and one aggressive ward, but having an aggressive ward in the enemy jungle doesn't help if the enemy team has wards on your half of the map, because they can tell when you come into their jungle. I mean, like, sure, you have heroes like the Drow with the Shadowblade who can theoretically do the same thing again, but otherwise, oh, well, speaking of wards, scouting out smokes, tapping the other way around here, so we'll see.
Yeah, as 5-man smoke does come on through from Flipside, I don't think they should catch anything out yet. Tidehunter, in fact, Drow's pushing out a little bit far here. They did scout that out with the ward, and Drow's going to be in a lot of trouble here. This is a big mistake. He actually does get called just as he force stops, and this should be the death here of the Drow. It's a very slow one, but it will be one at that, as the Invoker will secure that with the Tornado. And yeah, I feel that was a severe misplay coming out there from Nightwraith. Just overextending in lane, knowing that they've smoked.
Yeah, to be perfectly honest, I think they just somehow all of Ventus must have not been paying attention to the minimap, because that smoke was 100% scouted by the ward. Like, multiple people from Flipside were standing in vision of the ward when they smoked there. So either there was just miscommunication, or they weren't paying attention to the minimap. I don't know exactly what the situation was, but you're right. He certainly shouldn't have gotten caught out there. And when you're playing Drow from behind against the superior late game Kara, you definitely can't afford to feed kills.
Yep. Now they're going to set up for this high ground defense. They do have the Blink Dagger and the Ravage. A good call does come on through. A lot of damage is coming out to the Ravage to follow up. It's going to catch down on several. They do find one kill onto the Axe with his aggressive play. Golem is going to be dropped, however. Will it be able to be enough, as Moonlight Shadow is going to secure them a little bit of escape? But a lot of chip damage has been dealt to this tier 3 tower, and Ravage is down at this moment. So can they bring down this Morphling? Doesn't have a replicate. He's in trouble. In fact, then he'll go down as Tornado and Meatball going to be dropped from the sky. And Nightwraith, he's actually going to keep this chase up here, see if there's any stragglers, and he's actually not afraid. He is going to be scouted out by that sentry wards. Milky, he's going to be the target here, is going for the TP out, and will be able to do so pretty easily for himself. And that's going to be it. That was a really good defense coming out there from Ventus on that high ground.
Yeah, actually, the Morphling betraying his teammate there, a little bit of a saboteur, actually E-bladed the Axe instead of the enemy hero, and then the Axe got ravaged and had a bunch of magic damage come out on him, so he actually dropped to like maybe 5% HP because of the E-blade. And that, with the Axe initiation failing, that just kind of made it a little bit too easy for Ventus to turn it around inside their own base. So yeah, Ventus still managing to hold on. The downside for them is that each successful fight they have here is thanks to Ravage. So when Ravage is down, they still continue to bleed map control. But well, it's kind of the best thing you could hope for at this point, and they have equalized the gold graph, so they're doing something right.
Yeah, this is looking pretty good for them. Maybe a good time for them to get going. It seems like Aghanim Scepter is going to be the build here for the Drow, maybe going into the Scotty, but do you really get the point booster first? As actually the Mirana is going to find a kill here onto this Winter Wyvern, who overextended quite deep here by himself. That's pretty odd. I don't think a Winter Wyvern should be caught in that sort of situation.
Yeah, I guess he just got arrowed from the side. Unfortunately, I wasn't really watching it. But yeah, no, I mean, Drow's definitely going to be going for the Aghanims. It makes sense. When you're a Drow and you start to have to play from behind, it's just reasonable to go into a late game build, which is going to be the Aghanims Maelstrom or Mjolnir build. And yeah, I think it's fine here.
Midnight Shadow used here. Invoker is on the sidelines, going to be fully aware of this, and will get himself one out. And seems like, flip side, they're not willing to take these fights and going to play a little bit more passively. As like you say, they do have the better late game team, so just going to make sure that they don't take these 5-on-5 engagements and keep these lanes pushed out. It seems to be a little bit of a nuisance here for the side of Ventus, as they're trying to just find farm wherever they can on the map. But yeah, like you say, they've closed that gap, so that's definitely going to help them out a little bit here. It seems like it's going to be an E-Blade pickup here by the Marana as well, which is going to be pretty good. A lot of magical damage that they can potentially do with both the Lion as well as the Marana, so I do like that potential pickup coming out there.
Yeah, it's really going to be all about going on the back line for the Marana. I mean, obviously, she can't really jump onto the Morphling or anything like that with the E-Blade, but nor the Axe. However, being able to take out a Warlock and a Winter Wyvern, or potentially even an Invoker, once she gets that Dagon up as well, is going to present kind of a pretty big threat. Thing is, Invoker really doesn't like to have to go BKB. He probably has to this game. I mean, I think Morphling and Invoker both end up having to get BKBs, but forcing out those BKBs on heroes who don't traditionally get them is obviously going to be a small victory in and of itself for the Marana. And then, like I said, she's still going to be able to pick off supports. So yeah, I mean, the Marana's scaling well. She's 5-0 and 7 with pretty decent farm. So Isan has definitely stepped his game. Well, not stepped up his game, but has shown that he's can be a very consistent mid here. Certainly on this Marana. And I mean, it's pretty clear that Ventus have needed it, because the core of their strategy, the Drow lineup, has not necessarily to the Drow's fault, not really paid off this game, and it's actually been the Marana who's really kept them in this game. I mean,
I feel it's very good, and especially for dealing with these 5v5 team fights. So again, do you feel that it must just be split pushing coming in from Flipside until they just get to that stage where Morphling is just going to kill your whole team if you try and push into us, or should they maybe take a couple of fights here?
No, I think Flipside just wants to keep slow pushing. I mean, if they find a good engage with the Axe, obviously they can go fight, but otherwise it's just going to be look for pickoffs with the Axe and the Morphling and continue to put pressure. The one thing is that the Morphling, he's making his replicate often, but it's not very frequently with his team. It would be nice to see him just kind of like making a replicate of the Axe, and then I mean, you can use that to split push, and then you can also use that just to follow the Axe around, because it's so easy right now for the Morphling with his E-Blade, with the Axe, just go get solo pickoffs. So as long as you have the replicate with the Axe, if the Axe finds someone by himself, the Axe can blink in, you can immediately replicate it and just destroy that person. But yeah, the Morphling kind of, I mean, since getting his E-Blade, hasn't really made pickoffs at all. I mean, if you look at his scoreline, he's 0-4-1, so basically hasn't really killed any enemy heroes, and usually this is one of the big strengths of the Morphling, is that not only can he split push, which obviously this guy has been able to do, but he can also just threaten, squishier supports, and even heroes like Drow. Whereas the Marana has done this. She's managed to push back creep waves consistently, but has also managed to get pickoffs, and I think that's kind of been the difference maker in this game so far. It's just the difference in impact between the Morphling and the Marana, whereas obviously the Invoker has definitely been doing more or less what he needs to do, a lot of split push, and has been quite on point with making contributions towards killing enemy team.
Yeah, seems like everyone is going to load themselves back on in, and potential bad fight here for the Axe, as he's probably looking at Ishan here with drool coming out of his mouth, thinking this is a pretty nice pick-off. He's got the Invoker nearby, but there is an entire team just lurking very nearby, which can be the entire difference. I mean, there's a Force-Off plus Blink up on the line, as well as Blink and Ravage ready to go on this Tidehunter, and this could be a pretty interesting go if we do get ourselves going, as it seems like they're going to ask for a little bit of extra time here, which is a little bit unfortunate. So I mean, Morphling, like you say, he's just got no way of really joining this fight. There's no tower there for him to TP onto. He's just farming away whatever he can do, and it seems like Ventus have come to that epiphany that they need to join up as 5 and take a couple of fights wherever they can and bring down towers as fast as possible before that Morphling becomes a real impossible thing to bring down. So very interesting to see them grouping up like this, and definitely showing their intent.
Yeah, I think Well, so I have a question. Is this on a LAN or is this all online?
This is all online, unfortunately.
Okay.
Yes.
No, not a problem. But so yeah, I think if you're Axe, you shouldn't go here then, right? Because if it's on a LAN, then the other team probably doesn't know. But I think the general rule is if you have an over 2-minute pause and you're in a situation to initiate on the enemy team, usually don't do it. I mean, I'm not suspecting anyone of cheating, but it's just like usually, I mean, who knows? Someone messages you be like, "Oh, Marana, you're gonna die, ha ha ha," and this person sees it, and then he's like, "Oh shit," and then he's like, "Oh, my team," I think usually in this situation, you probably shouldn't initiate after you've been paused this long. I mean, in the end, it turns out that he shouldn't have initiated here at all because the enemy team is all waiting for it. But I don't think I would be doing it regardless. If I didn't know that the enemy team was there just after such a long pause. So hopefully he'll just back up here and they can continue to kind of put split pressure on the map. The big news for them is that Invoker does have his Aghanims done. He is level 17, so he's got that max Invoke plus Aghanims, which means he can really do quite a lot in team fights. But the bad news for them is that the Warlock is still level 10. He did go for like an Aghanims rush instead of Midas, which is usually not a great idea. Warlock is such a level-dependent support that the Midas is really important. On top of that, like getting the Aghanims, but still having level 1, or even theoretically having, I guess, have a level 2 Chaotic Offering, it's just not as impactful as it is like getting the Chaotic Offering to level 3 as quickly as possible and then worrying about the Aghanims, because you still got relatively weak golems even if you have 2 of them. So yeah, I think I would have preferred to see that Midas, especially with, I mean, their game plan, right, was just to kind of like split push the map, keep pressure on the map as much as possible, not ever be forced to engage the enemy team, not have to fight them at towers. And so like the Warlock doesn't really need to rush an Aghanims for that. If his team's going to be farming, he would be happy to just get whatever support gold he can, which is going to be through a Midas. So yeah, I think that's maybe the biggest downside for them, because he's obviously their biggest contribution to team fights, and he is a little bit underleveled.
Yeah, I can definitely agree with you there. Milky is close. They're gonna have that tome up, so that will help him get to level 11. But like you say, he would have liked to hit that level 16 pretty soon, and that's quite a big reach here for him. As I mean, the Morphling, he has something flying out to him right now, in fact, which is the Blade of Alacrity. So maybe just going for that Mantis Star, even. Diffusal, I do doubt. I've seen a couple of Diffusal get picked up by the Morphling, but I do imagine that's going to be potentially into Yasha and into the Mantis Star from there. But other than that, itemization coming at you. Again, I just want to ask your input here. The Shadow Blade on the Drow, I know it came through a little bit earlier and we probably could have spoken about it then, but do you feel that it's the right item to be going for instead of maybe something like a Blink Dagger or some sort of agility gain for his side?
Yeah, I think it was definitely the right call. With the way that the game had started to progress, in going for traditional Drow items would have not really been very helpful because their team was so far behind. The Drow couldn't really win in a fight. I mean, like the normal Drow progression you want is to go Hurricane Pike, although not necessarily even Hurricane Pike, just Dragonlance into Manta into BKB. This is kind of like we're winning, we're snowballing Drow 5-man push lineup. But in situations like this, where everything starts to fall apart, I think the Shadow Blade is a good choice. It gives you just more mobility, allows you to split push on the map a little bit better, and allows you to look for pickoffs. And in the end, the Shadow Blade pickup ended up getting them the Invoker kill on the bottom, which then transitioned to the tier 1 tower in the mid, and ended up being pretty significant. So yeah, I mean, even not being results oriented, I think it's a reasonable choice, and it definitely worked out in this game. So yeah, I think the way he's progressed is pretty good. Now, the big issue for him is that he's still going to be more or less a glass cannon here. I mean, he's got the Hurricane Pike, a Shadow Blade, and he's about to have an Aghanims, and that's still going to leave him at like 1800 HP or 1900 HP with no defensive abilities. So yeah,
well, you got examples, and Axe, he's not going to go for it. So definitely the right call there for him, as they're actually going to be scattered out here with a scan that comes out immediately. So they are aware that someone's in the jungle. They are going to smoke up instantly and see if they can find themselves something. Sierra, he's on the front line here, and this could be a little bit of a problem for him if he does get caught, but seems like he's not going to go too far, and the goal is going to be the tier 2 tower, and the defense is going to be interesting. There is no real mobility on this Winter Wyvern, so he needs to position himself very well if he's looking to get a good curse down. But in fact, they're just walking around very deep in the enemy's jungle, as seems like Flipside are very aware of what's about to happen, as Invoker has found himself a nice comfy spot here on the tree line, ready to throw down these combinations. As Tornado gonna come on out, it's gonna catch only onto Isan for now, and that will be pretty much it. That might slow them down a little bit, but not really being of major concern. Moonlight Shadow gonna be utilized here. Arrow just off the mark there, as the creep's gonna bump heads with it. and it seems like this is going to be a call for retreat coming at you from Ventus. Or potentially, they're still going to hang around, in fact, and see if anyone's going to overextend after that. But CKY going to show himself, as well as Destructor. And they're still hanging around this general area. There's no vision on them, so this is not favorable here for Flipside by any means. But Panda, he's going to be marching out and seeing if he can catch someone, maybe straggling out of position. But he'll be easily scattered out here as wards have been placed. And running directly at them. In fact, Tornado coming out from the Invoker is actually keeping himself into the mid lane here. False Promise is going to be utilized here onto the Oracle. It does keep himself alive for a little bit longer, but I don't imagine that he is going to be able to survive this one, as he does finally fall. And Invoker will find himself that kill. And okay, Nishan just going to stay here in the bot lane and see whatever he can do, but a pretty good TP coming out there from the Invoker, identifying that they might be retreating and catching someone slightly off guard there.
Yeah, and this is going to potentially be Roshan. Let's see if the Dire can do something about this. I mean, they can certainly fight without Oracle, since they have the Ravage, but the question is whether they'll be able to get here in time. There's an excellent ward there from the Radiant, which is going to spot this transition. Axe is not really in a position to catch them, so I guess it's just going to come down to whether they can fight at the pit or not, and the answer is probably no.
Yeah, great Tornado coming out there from the Invoker, going to slow things down. The Ravage is there. He's actually going to throw it out, but the Aegis was picked up already, so that's a major loss there. Ravage is down. This might even be a potential for them to do some chip damage onto the high ground. I don't know if that is going to be on the books for them, but they definitely have an advantage. They bought themselves a lot of extra time to farm around the map. Morphling, he's picked up that Yasha already, so he's hitting pretty damn hard at this stage. I mean, doing well over 250 damage with just right click, so a major concern here as that Ravage is down, and I feel like that's one of their very few high ground defenses.
Yeah, let's see. So the Invoker wants to try to get a pick off here on the Drow. Meanwhile, the rest of his team is pushing in mid. We'll have to see. No, Drow does manage to get her way out of there, so there's a little bit of action in mid, though.
Yep, gonna get the stun down on the Axe there, so gonna lock him down a little bit here with the Oracle, throwing out that Q line, gonna keep himself alive. And backdoor protection is still up, and Morphling taking a lot of damage here. In fact, he will go down. That's Aegis on the floor. Again, the Aegis just being absolutely thrown away by Flipside. And I think this might just deter them from even considering the high ground. Link is going to be popped there. Axe, he walks forward, but he's going to be harassed up. Doesn't have that blink now. It's on cooldown, but a good Tornado comes out from the Invoker onto the Drow. Drow taking a little bit of extra damage here, forced off himself to safety. And it seems like that's going to be it, as a really good high ground defense coming at you from the side of Ventus, considering they didn't have that Ravage on hand. That was maybe a dismal attempt at the high ground, in fact, from the flip side.
Yeah, well, looks like Drow's not done here. He's trying to catch someone, but not going to. So I really wanted to go back to this kind of move bottom that happened a little bit ago that kind of opened this whole situation up, where they ended up, Ventus got killed and then gave Roshan, etc. So they had the 4 heroes behind the Mirana, and the Mirana was like in the bottom, I mean, right at the time of the pause, right by the river, which is kind of like a neutral position. And she's kind of in a position where she's moving backwards. And then she turns back around. I mean, so then the other 4, they scan the Dire Radiant jungle. The Dire scans the Radiant jungle. They see that the Radiant are there with the scan. Then they smoke and go into the Radiant jungle. But at the same time that they're doing this, the Mirana starts pushing up bottom aggressively now. And this just sends a signal very clearly to Flipside, and you can see it because their pings and the way they back up, that, oh yeah, the rest of the Dire are there and they're all coming into our jungle. It doesn't make any sense.
Well, mid lane, apologies. Ravage gonna be thrown out, catches out on 2. They're gonna look for a little bit more here. Actually taking a lot of damage, should go down, but he's got that blade mail and he's surviving for a hell of a long time here with that that item on hand, as they're going to look for a little bit more here, but only managed to find the Axe as well as the Warlock. They're going to lose the Oracle and potentially a little bit more, but a good solid is being thrown out just with morphing. In fact, he's in a lot of trouble. He hasn't been able to morph anything, and he gets caught out once again, completely off guard there. That is very, very costly here for Flipside, and Ventus going for the plays here. They're going to go for the tier 2 tower, and that should really fall. That's that Crimson Guard doing a hell of a lot of work. They're keeping that Axe alive for such a long period of time, but just not enough, as this is going to be a 3-for-1 exchange, and they could even look for the high ground here. This is a perfect fight for Ventus. Oh, looking for more. They do get a good stun down here. CKY is a little bit deep. Tornado does come through. He's going to latch onto 2 Sunstrike to follow up, but Destructor, he's going to be able to avoid everything. Guardian Greaves is going to make sure he does have a decent amount of HP on hand. And it looks like they're going to back this out and realize that that was a good enough win for them there, as they're doing pretty damn well. Ags up on the Drow, so the waves are just pushing out very, very quickly, which was quite notable post that fight.
Yeah, well, nice play there by Ventus, setting up a good kill with smoke. A little bit interesting that they got caught with this smoke, because while Ward didn't directly scout it out, Ventus obviously had to run like this as a team, and then they smoked right here, and then ran like this. So technically, was still scouted by the Ward. I mean, when you see multiple heroes running into the jungle together like that, you probably have to suspect. I don't remember exactly how they congregated, though, so it's possible that it wasn't that obvious. Regardless, still just a pretty nice play there by Ventus, managing to get 2 with the Ravage. Ultimately, Axe's tankiness probably saved tier 3 tower there just by the amount of damage dealt to the Drow. The Drow wasn't really able to push as much as she would have liked after getting the kills. But I guess that now that she has her Maelstrom done, I'd probably like to see her just actually get a Silver Edge before finishing up the Mjolnir, just because how good the Silver Edge can actually be against the Axe. In situations like that, being able to turn off his spin makes it so the Axe is just like basically completely negated in the team fight. He still has the Blade Mail, obviously, but it does just make the Axe a little bit less of a threat for the next 5 seconds. So yeah, I think that would probably be reasonable. On top of that, it provides a fair amount of stats for her, which is kind of what she wants. More stats than does the Mjolnir. The only other option, which may be a little bit better than both, would potentially be a BKB, but I have my doubts that she'll go for that next.
Yeah, so Maelstrom is to complete, so these waves are going to push out extremely quickly, and a lot of just DPS that's going to be coming out of this drought very soon. So a little bit of a concern. They also have the pipe up here on Destructor, so they're going to be able to negate that little bit of extra damage coming out from the Invoker. And I mean, this is really big. I mean, 17-8, and it seems like Ventus is in a very good position to win here, but they still have a little bit of a window, I do feel. And I mean, they win this game, they're going to be able to hold their position in this tournament at least, and the loser obviously going to be going out. So Flipside going to be feeling the pressure now, and knowing that they've got to do something at least to, or at least just not die and lose high ground, just to make sure that they can keep themselves going in this tournament.
Yeah, well, so, I mean, I would say that based on the gold graph and everything in the map, theoretically these teams should be more or less even at this point in the game, with the gold advantage that Ventus have with the Drow lineup and the heroes that Flipside has. But the big issue is still just that the Morphling has not had any impact in this game. Still just has a lot of farm and has done nothing with it. So if the Morphling can start to deliver, then I think Flipside have a decent chance of winning this game. However, if it continues to go like this, that the Morphling just basically dies in fights, then yeah, it's going to be interesting Moonlight Shadow.
Yep, we're going to have Moonlight Shadow as well as a smoke rotation that did come through from the side of Flipside, but a Ravage is going to catch out too, and this is really devastating here for Flipside. They are going to be able to get themselves out. A good Tornado is going to buy a little bit of extra space. Finally, the Warlock will fall. They did find the line, however. The fight does continue. Tidehunter, he needs to get himself an out. He's quite low. Miranda does find the kill into the Winter Wyvern. It's 2 for 2 so far. Looking for more here. The Axe, he's extremely tanky and difficult to bring down, but the Morphling, he's speeding up on the sidelines here. Drow, he needs to get himself out of dodge. He doesn't have that force staff yet. And meanwhile, Miranda going to find yet another kill over onto the Axe now. He's going to have to maybe go mano a mano up against the Morphling as well as the Invoker, who's now joined the fray as Ishan. A really good Sunstrike, but it's not going to be enough. Oh, the Ghost Scepter onto the Drow. He forced himself out to safety, but it's just the Morphling alive. The rest of the team are dead, and finally he'll fall. A 5-man team wipe, but it was a very difficult fight at that for Ventus, but they do manage to come out ahead. And wow, Nightwraith was dealing a hell of a lot of DPS in that team fight.
Yeah, well, Ventus just narrowly edged that one out. Slightly better execution in that fight from them than from Flipside. So, well, I mean, I'm really happy to see a BKB pick up on the Mirana there. I thought she was going to go for the Dagon first, but the BKB ended up being really big. I mean, this Mirana, more or less, other than that weird time that she pushed bottom when her team smoked, can really do no wrong here. She's single-handedly, I would say, winning this game for Ventus. I mean, obviously the Drow is doing a lot of damage, but the Drow is still a very squishy hero. You saw that once the Morphling is able to man-fight against the Drow, even despite the Morphling's kind of mistakes in the past, the Morphling can still easily win the man fight, but the Miranda just makes such a mess of the fight constantly that it's just been really difficult for the Radiant to actually deal with her, and it's only going to be more difficult once she has this, I mean, now that she has this BKB, as we saw in that fight. Even though they still just barely won, yeah, I would definitely put that all on her shoulders. And I mean, it continues to be obvious with an excellent scoreline. And we see the Dire getting up good wards. I think they lost the gem in that fight because Axe did die. I assume it was picked up by the Radiant. If we take a look, I mean, by the Dire, yeah, we do see that the gem is actually on the tide now. So this is going to make it even more difficult for the Radiant to now get out on the map and split push.
Yeah, Invoker. they're gonna be going on him here, but he does manage to just get that Ghost Walk off and waltz his way on out. And seems like that tier 2 is gonna be the goal here for Ventus as they do group themselves up in this general area. And at the same time, flip side, they are playing it pretty passively in the jungle here. They're not going to defend this one. They're going to let that tier 2 go and maybe look to set up a high ground defense. They do have the Yags completely on the Warlock, so they're going to have that double Golem, but it's only a level 2 chaotic offering at this stage. So still dreaming for levels here is Milky, as seems like, yeah, this tier 2 tower not going to be much defense. In fact, wait, Panda is going to TP himself on in here. There's no real follow-up, and at the same time, flip side, they're pushing out this mid lane and going onto the high ground. It's going to force back a couple of rotations at least. Drow turning around here, dealing a decent chunk of damage. Good silence, going to buy him a little bit of extra time, but how much extra time will he get as Tornado does come through from the Invoker, and this is going to scare them off. But they did lose the tier 3 tower. They're very expensive, as they didn't manage to find all too much themselves. They did manage to find the tier 2, but I mean, losing a high ground tower for that is surely not worth it.
No, definitely not. Well, I mean, good positioning on the map by Flip there, knowing that that push was going to come. They had 3 people pushing mid to make sure that they got that tier 3 tower in trade. But really fortunate spawn here. DD, Roche is going to spawn right at the same time, so this is going to be the fastest Roche ever for the Dire here.
Yeah, really nice here for Wraith, not Wraith, apologies, as he gets himself in the pit. He's got that Mjolnir now as well complete, so going to be able to throw that onto the Titans on the front lines, or potentially even the Mirana, and that's going to have a little bit of an extra impact, especially when they're going to be looking to take this high ground. Now that the tides have changed, do you feel that Flipside have a good enough high ground defense? I mean, they do have an Invoker, which is obviously extremely good at it, but other than that, the chaotic offering is just really big cooldown. If they can bait that out, do you think it's a pretty easy high ground take here for Ventus?
Well, I mean, Ventus can always siege from the low ground because they have the Hurricane Pike on the Drow. So yeah, I think it's going to be pretty difficult for Flipside. The biggest issue that Ventus have, obviously, is that Flipside are just going to keep pushing as much as possible. Specifically Muzzy, who's done a really good job of keeping these lanes pushed out. So if it's out of invis and then just start attacking with the frost arrows, because I mean, you like the significance of the Shadowblade bonus damage from the backstab or whatever it's called from coming out of Shadow Walk is so insignificant at this point. You're hitting for over 300 damage. That extra 175 means nothing, so there's no reason whatsoever to bother with trying to hit from Shadowblade. Just throw the sounds from Shadowblade, easy kill on the Invoker there. But yeah, kind of flubbed that one, but not really the end of the world. And meanwhile, looks like they're going to try for a kill on Mirana.
Mirana going to find himself in a little bit of trouble here. They're going to chase him down. He does eat that cheese that he does have on hand. Going to pounce himself out. And Tornado going to be on point here, but do they have any sort of detection? Sunstrike going to be off the mark there as Ishan. He knows better. And will actually rejoin the team here. Who's actually going to be looking themselves to see if they can find a kill. Panda, he's the only one overextended slightly. And looks like they're going to get a decent ward down, and this is going to be an opportunity for them. The mid lane is already pushed in, so it's really tough for Flipside to make any sort of trade here. They more than likely have to fall back to try and defend this one.
Yeah, well, Muzzy's already TV'd bottom, so he actually can't come back for 25 seconds. While this is normally a good idea, and I think it is probably still the right call, just because they can't defend this against the Aegis.
Yeah.
This is probably at least a Rax.
Yeah, high ground under siege. Doesn't look like there's any sort of response as of yet. A really good pounce coming out from Mirana, going to negate a lot of damage from their Morphling. Chaotic offering is going to be dropped, but it's only going to land over onto the Titans. The Titans, he throws out the pipe now, and the Golems will just go down very, very quickly by this Drow. He's just doing so much damage. They do manage to find the Rax, and Panda, he jumps in, but really it's just going to be Nightwraith not caring. I'm going to go straight for your buildings. Now finally they do turn around. He does get ulted up by the Oracle. Going to buy him a little bit of extra time. Silence comes through, but it's not really going to latch on anyone. And the Ravage is going to catch out 1 or 2 apologies as 2 buybacks going to be forced out here. They need to defend this Rax. This is dire situations here for Flipside. They are under threat of falling out of this tournament. Can they pull this one back? As the Axe goes for a big call, catches out 2. It's pretty solid. They are jumping in. The Morphling dealing a lot of damage. Everyone's so damn low. They managed to find 1 buyback being forced out by the Oracle. And it seems like that's going to be it. They're going to fall themselves on back. Ishan PK being just to make sure he gets a safe TP out. But a lane and a half of Rax. And I feel like that was really nice. In fact, the Struck, they're going to find himself another kill over onto the Invoker, who was just really, really deep. He did manage to find himself a set of Rax as well, and a half. So, I mean, very good work coming out there from Muzzy.
Well, it was a costly hold for Flipside, but they did manage to hold. They ended up getting basically the favorable Rax trade here, since they traded a Rax and a half getting a melee, whereas the Dire traded a Rax and a half getting a ranged. So that was good for them, although the Radiant were already up a tier 3 tower, so it was a little bit easier for them to do that still. That was good. They did end up having 2 buybacks to 1, but I think all things considered, this was about as good of a situation as you could have hoped for the Radiant, and it was just a heads-up play there by Muzzy to get that split push going, because if he hadn't, this would have been awful for them. At the same time, I've got to say that the Oracle doesn't seem to understand that False Promise does not remove Taunt, because this is the 3rd time this game I've seen the Oracle try to False Promise the Drow out of a Taunt, and it just doesn't do anything. I mean, it literally does nothing. It's just delaying damage. Why not wait a little bit longer or something like that? I mean, I know you're playing as an Axe, so you can't wait too... poor Arctic.
Oh, yeah, but he gets the Windsor's Curse down, gonna buy himself a little bit of extra time here. Sticklish needs to get himself an out. The Blink, not good enough from Ishan, but Sticklish still trying to dance his way out of this one. Doesn't have a TP, so this is going to be excruciating wait. His tail's hanging out, and he'll be brought down as Ishan is going to bump heads with him then. Ishan dealing a lot of physical damage, does have that Daedalus on hand now, which is something I also wanted to point out. And yeah, he can really do a lot of damage, especially to something like the Axe, who wants to try and stay alive for as long as possible. So I like the pickup. Didn't go for the Dagon. Do you agree with it?
No, I don't actually really agree with it, to be perfectly honest.
Mid lane.
Hold on.
BKB gonna be forced out here on the Invoker. And that's going to be all she wrote. Invoker finally having a BKB, but that's going to be the 10-second one already down the drain. Now looking, in fact, to turn around. And we'll scout out an Oracle in lane, but maybe not going to take this risk. He's thinking about it. He's thinking about it. Finally, we'll throw the Hex out. And this should be a very, very dead Oracle, I do imagine. As Sunstrike will secure that kill. We're not sure they're going to be utilized yet, but to really no avail. As they just lost that Oracle, and that's just going to be on cooldown for a little bit of time now. So a nice pick off there for the Invoker.
Yeah, Oracle could have false promised himself there, actually. He tried to go for a Fate's Edict instead, and I mean, false promise 30-second cooldown, so at that point I think it's probably just worth using it on yourself. Well, whatever, not really a big deal. A kill on a support doesn't really matter so much at this stage in the game. They're not going to get anything out of it. And the Invoker just, I guess, secures a little bit more gold for himself. But I guess he's not 6-slotted. He'll be able to replace that Midas at some point here, presumably with either an Octarine Core or a Refresher. Probably a Refresher since he's BKB. Oh, Morphling up top, though.
Oh, top lane. There we go. The Ravage is going to come on out. Morphling, he's in a lot of trouble here. Lincoln's BKB, and he will just jump himself on out. A lot committed there by the Morphling to secure that safe escape. That's a 9-second BKB down the drain, and still no kill. Ravage was consumed as well, so that's pretty big here for Flipside. But do you think they have any intention of trying high ground once again? Oh, in fact, mid lane. Apologies about that. A big jump coming at you. Lion is falling very low. He gets healed up by the Tidehunter. Sunstrike. Ooh, just gonna be off the mark there, and yeah, looks like they actually are prepping themselves for a high ground siege. Range tracks gonna be under threat here. Ishan needs to jump himself out defensively as forward comes the Morphling, and it's gonna force the BKB out on Ishan, and seems like that's going to be it as they do fall back slightly, and just a slow siege, but a call coming out from the Axe, in fact, onto the Lion as a very early false promise once again getting used as Finger going to be forced out here, and they're just going to look to turn around, and Drow dealing a decent amount of damage, but they do lose the lane of Rax. Now needs to try and do something about this Axe as he's doing a lot of work here, but they do manage to find the kill on the Morphling. That's really big. 3 down, in fact, here from Flipside. They'll turn around, they'll find themselves another 4th. Let's have a quick peek at these buyback situations. That's where it's really at, as 2 buyback are on cooldown. They have on the Invoker Morphling as well as the Winter Wyvern, so they can potentially set up a defense, but this is going to be a very, very poor exchange for them.
Yeah, great defense there by the Dire without Ravage, no less, so pretty exceptional if they actually managed to hold that. They're going to have Ravage and Refresher up here on the Tide soon, and they're going to force multiple buybacks, so this is looking to be a pretty good situation for the Dire here, and I mean, there are still 2 heroes on the Radiant who can't even buy back. I wonder if they'll even be able to hold this against the double Ravage. Yep,
as all the buybacks are going to be utilized here by Flipside. They're going to look to see if they can find something more, but still sitting back, they do lose the lane of Rax. Maybe going to look to just defend that 3rd set of Rax, but it seems like they are happy with that outcome. In fact, deep inside their own base was the Morphling beating away at their buildings. In fact, bringing down a tier 4 tower. And the Invoker, he's going to die for this one and pay for his sins. But still, they managed to find a pretty decent tower. But a dieback on the Invoker, is that worth it? I mean, they didn't lose the game yet, but that is pretty costly.
That is game. Like, as long as Ventus doesn't have a brain aneurysm in the next 20 seconds here, they should just win. There's not even any reason for them to push out bottom like this. Straight through mid, they can take either the throne or just take bottom racks from mid. They don't actually have to push up mid to do it. I mean, the Invoker is dead for 90 seconds after that, and you know he can't come back. You're 4 versus 5, you have double Ravage. You're headed in the gold graph. I mean, even if you don't know it, you can imagine it with the scoreline and how the recent fights have been going. So yeah, that's basically game. I guess here they'll just get racks. Probably won't get thrown. So I suppose flip side will try to defend Megas for a while, rather than GGing, since this is a best of one. Like you said, there's a lot of money on the line. But I don't imagine that flip side can defend Megas against the Dire for that long. I mean, it's just going to guarantee that the Dire can then eventually get Roche, and after that, it's
yeah, Destructor standing very aggressively here, does have that Ravage and Refresher on hand, so this is going to be a lot of time for them to just beat away at these buildings. We see Night dealing a hell of a lot of damage on the sidelines here. Sticklish, gonna see if he can find something with this Winter's Curse. We haven't seen too many Winter's Curses, in fact. And big jump forward, Ravage gonna come on through, gonna land on 3. That's gonna be the Refresher. Now the Morphling, he's the one that's gonna be the target here. As gets a BKB out, will stay alive for a little bit longer, but they did manage to find 2. Gonna look for more. Axe, he's in trouble. He will go down, and this should be Megas. As the only one still alive is that of the Morphling. Invoker's gonna join the fray, but how much more of an impact is that gonna have as tier 4 towers are now under siege and falling. Axe has brought back and coming back into this game. They do manage to find a kill onto the line here. The defense, they're still not giving up. Tornado EMP, they're looking for the kill onto Destructor. He doesn't have Ravage, he's got no mana on hand. In fact, Muzzy doing a hell of a lot of work here. They do manage to find themselves yet another 3 down. Barback being forced out here by the Drought. Don't know if that was all that necessary. And now finally turn around, they bring down Ishan. So the only man alive is the Drought, who has brought back, and I don't think he wants to really fight into this one. Maybe a bit of a mistake, but does Flipside have the heroes to deal with Mega Creep?
Yeah, they can absolutely deal with Mega Creeps. They've got multiple heroes who can do it. I guess the more Roshan for the Dire, lets the Dire, wait for all their cooldowns to be back up. They can even wait for the Drow buyback, which is probably the safe thing to do, although I doubt they'll do it. And, oh wow, well, Morphling making the ballsy plays.
Yeah. As they actually going to be pushing this one out, seeing if they can find something. Does have that replicator for a couple more seconds, and this is a little bit.
Well, it's not just that; it's also his item.
Oh goodness, I didn't even see that until now. That's actually, I mean, at this stage, I mean, is there anything wrong with going for it? I think there is.
No, it's reasonable. It's just awkward with your item build. I mean, to have the E-Blade and the Divine Rapier at the same time, like, you'd much rather be able to get rid of that E-Blade and get a Butterfly to go with this. I mean, since you've got a lot of attack speed to complement the Rapier. But no, I mean, it's a very reasonable decision. The other problem, yeah, I mean, like, with the Rapier, you'd really like to have a Scotty, because the problem is people are still just going to walk away from you. Still, you do a lot of damage really fast, so you can kill people. I mean, yeah, no, it's a reasonable buy, and we'll see if they can use this to defend high ground here.
Yeah, as it seems like Ventus, they want to get this over with. They're going to be fully aware of this Rapier on hand for the Morphling as they march their way down the mid. And this is going to be a tough fight for them, but there is not much to defend for the side of Flipside. Only the Ancient exposed here, so if that is to fall very quickly, fortunately for them, the lanes have been pushed out. Very good signs coming out from Night, but Invis utilized very quickly there from Sticklish. And now, Muzzy looking to turn this around. BKB does come out here from Night. Now, Morphling going to join the fray, looking to do something with this Rapier. Going to quickly eat up that Oracle. They're all looking for more Ravage coming through. Can they bring down this Morphling is the real question on hand here. He finds himself a second kill. They're looking for more. They're going to find more. The Egg is going to be on the ground here. Tidehunter as meanwhile, on the sidelines, the Marana, he's trying to beat his way and trying to end this game. He will look for the kill. No, he's not going to get a Panda. Oh, he's still alive, and looks like they'll finally find the Rapier that's fallen on the ground. That's really big for them. Still, I don't think it's been picked up yet. It hasn't. I think, yeah, it's on the Tidehunter. Tidehunter, he's going to be punching pretty hard here. Sticklish will go down as a result of that. And finally, this is looking very bleak, but they might find themselves a kill here onto the Drow. Drow actually going to walk this one off. They do find the kill on the Axe. but this should be all she wrote, as Invoker is the last man alive, and he too will fall. GG will finally get called, and Ventus will take the victory in this best of one and find themselves hanging in this tournament. What a game, man. It was really some back and forth. Could have gone either way, but at the end of the day, Ventus proving to be the better side.
Yeah, I this was definitely a nail biter. I had no idea who was going to win at many different stages in this game. So, well played by both teams. Exciting to start day 2 off with such a high note, and I hope we'll continue forward.
Yeah, and we'll see you guys a little bit later for WRG versus Carbon, and that will be coming up, I think, within the hour, so we'll see you shortly. And once again, a reminder, of course, this is the Mega 8, sponsored by MTN and Kagiso Media, and be sure to tune into the stream, give a little bit of support to the South African scene. Of course, it is a company that is just getting itself off the feet, and hopefully going to stick
kind of has changed significantly over the ages, so I'm a little bit less familiar with it now than I was before. But yeah, I think this match should be pretty exciting. I think WRG are probably a pretty heavy favorite here, but I guess it's very possible that Carbon could challenge them a bit here. And well, we see on one side, a rather normal draft with the bans of the OD and the Drow. On the other hand, we see a Warlock ban, which I guess is relatively common, and the rather uncommon ban of a Morphling. I guess it's just something they really don't want to have to deal with. And then, yeah, immediately Shadow Demon picked up, so the counter pick of the Luna, followed by an Ogre Magi, which is a strong hero, and then the Castaway first phase Invoker, as we saw yesterday from WRG.
Yeah, picking up the Luna there pretty quickly in the second sort of phase of the picks. Do you think that was just a counter pick to that Shadow Demon being the first pick for WRG?
Yeah, I'm sure it was. I don't think that they would normally prioritize Luna in the first phase. I think it's just they didn't want to give away the SD Luna, so they decided that they would have to just take it here since they would not have another opportunity to ban it before WRG could pick it with their second pick.
Yeah, absolutely. So Ogre as well as the Luna getting picked up here. I mean, pretty interesting. Ban's going to be going out to the Void. I mean, Shadow Demon plus Invoker, still not a terrible combination. Pretty nice setup for a couple of pickoffs early on with an Exort build. So that is some sort of potential WRG have there. Having the Ogre Luna pickup, it's a bit awkward, I feel. Do you think that they can still build something around this, or is it really just a bit of a odd draft?
No, I mean, Ogre Luna is still fine, obviously. Luna benefits well enough from the Bloodlust of the Ogre. I mean, not as well as something like Juggernaut, but it's still fine. I mean, Ogre's just a good hero. Luna's not necessarily the best carry in the game right now, but she's a top tier one, and even without the Shadow Demon, she works fine. So I think this is pretty decent overall. The downside of the Luna, of course, is, as I've talked about before, she's pretty squishy. She needs to get multiple items before she really gets her HP pool up, and Invoker does a lot of pure damage, so it's very easy for Invoker to melt right through Luna, which means they're going to need a good defensive support to be able to protect her.
Yeah, I can definitely agree with you there, as they do get the ban out of the Marana, obviously one of the heroes that you do see commonly match up against the Invoker, so we're not going to be seeing that matchup. It's going to be interesting to see what they're going to be throwing into that lane. I do believe it's Filthy Frank who's going to be taking up that role up against Castaway, and I mean it's already a pretty tough ask here. Invoker Castaway, I mean he's pretty comfortable on the hero, to be fair, and a little bit of a concern here for them. But the draft is going pretty slowly here. They really okay with spending a little bit of their time considering what to potentially be picking up. So while we have this little bit of extra time, of course, I want to remind everyone that this is the Mega8 challenge, sponsored by MTN as well as Kagiso Media, bringing this to us. 50,000 rand up for grabs, and a lot of money to be playing for a South African tournament, and we're very grateful that they are able to host us in our summer holiday. And looking forward to the rest of the tournament, as I mean, it's a good opportunity for us to see how WRG are doing, as they're going to be going up against a stronger opposition here in Carbon. But like you say, I still think they are pretty big favorites for this victory.
Yeah, I would definitely agree. And I think it's going to be up to Carbon to try to pull out something that WRG aren't expecting in order to be able to take a game or potentially even the series off of WRG. If they just go too standard, I think WRG will just end up, kind of outfarming, outscaling, outperforming. And yeah, well, there's that defensive support I talked about needing in order to help the Luna out. Now, the risk here is that they have two melee supports. Now, Ogre is only kind of a melee support because he's fast, tanky, and hits for a lot of damage, so you can just kind of zone as a range support can, but still, this does give the potential for White Rabbit to potentially try to exploit this. The best way to do that would probably be some sort of an offlane dual lane. Sand King's still in the pool, so they could easily have the Shadow Demon supporting safe lane, and then do Sand King +1 for bottom. On top of that, with the Invoker Sunstrike, it's very easy to set up with Sand King Burrow Strike, so yeah, I think that would probably be what I would be looking at here in order to take advantage of the rather weak laning phase supports with the Ogre and the Omni. Otherwise, the Omni is a very good pickup in order to help the Luna going forward in this game.
Yeah, so getting that defensive support pretty strong with the Luna, of course, can have that extra little bit of PKB. And also, it does open up a couple of potentials for Carbon to be throwing into that mid lane, which is also something I want to touch on. What direction do you feel that they're going to go? Something like a Storm, seeing that they have the Omni Knight? I mean, Repul's extremely good on that, but I don't know how well he's going to match up against the Invoker.
Well, I guess we don't know whether that Magnus is going to be mid or off lane at this point, so it's difficult to say, but I guess I mean, you run a pretty big risk if you put Magnus in the mid. You're really kind of going all in on the wombo combo because you don't have a mid who scales very well at all. At the same time, Magnus in the off lane against the Shadow Demon can be very risky since his only escape is Skewer, and you can just actually ball him when he tries to Skewer, and then he's just stuck and dead. So either way, I'm not sure how much I love the Magnus pick, but at the same time, I was saying that Carbon did need to do something a little bit more unorthodox, and going for a wombo combo teamfight lineup with a Magnus Luna could potentially be it. So maybe it is just going to be a Magnus mid. Furthermore, I think we've talked before about how Castaway is one of the top 2 mids in South Africa alongside Seam. Seam's not even playing in this tournament. So I think no matter what, you expect Castaway to win his 1 versus 1 mid, and therefore picking a hero like Magnus, who's kind of expected to lose but just gets golden experience by spamming with Shockwave, might be Carbon's approach to dealing with Castaway mid, rather than trying to pick something which is theoretically supposed to beat Castaway and then loses and then is just kind of useless in the game because it has a bad landing phase.
Yeah, the Magnus pickup here is pretty interesting. They're gonna, of course, have the Empower. It's okay on Luna just because he's got stats. Of course, you don't get the cleave out of it, but due to the fact that he does have quite a decent amount of stats, that's not too bad. So again, we see the combination of the SD plus Slark. We saw that yesterday as well, that WRG did really nice setup for the Slark, and this time the Batrider are going to be on their side. So having a really nice offlane hero here that can find these picks and also deal with the repel that's going to be coming out here from Carbon. So I do like this Batrider pickup here.
Yeah, Batrider kind of functions similarly to doing the offlane dual lane. It's another offlaner who can kind of really be annoying, and the Ogre plus Omni are going to have some difficulty dealing with him. On top of that, like you said, Batrider is obviously great as the game progresses. So yeah, in this game, Carbon have managed to assemble the kind of like alliance draft, which is Bloodlust plus Empower. Usually they would put this on a Juggernaut, played by Loda. And here the interesting thing is, they have a Luna, so they're not going to have that melee carry who gets both of these things on him, unless they're going to put, I guess, a Juggernaut mid. No, but they've actually banned Juggernaut themselves. So I mean, unless it's going to be Magnus off lane and some sort of like a melee semi carry mid, I guess it could be a PA. I'm still interested to see what their last pick is going to be. I'm hoping that it's all going to come together in something that makes sense. Like I said, something like a PA. Even though I'm not sure PA will work, at least then I would understand where the draft is going. Otherwise, if they're doing all this for the Luna, I'm just kind of a little bit afraid that it's going to fall apart. On top of that, you've got a Batrider on the other team who's great at singling out. I mean, like when you play 4 Protect 1 against a Batrider, you almost always lose because they just lasso the Luna.
Yeah, there we go. Now Stalker and Disrupt are going to be the pickups here. So is this a core Omni Knight? This is very odd. It seems like it might be that. So Chelsea picking up Disruptor. This is odd. I haven't watched Carbon play in quite some time, so I'm not too sure about what sort of roles they are playing here. But I mean, how do you feel about a core Omni Knight?
I do not feel great about it. I mean, it occasionally can work. And there's not really a diffusal builder on WRG. I mean, Slark can, but I'm not sure you want to on Slark. Still, I just don't. I mean, I said that I wanted to see Carbon do something unusual in order to be able to win this game, and this is unusual, but I don't think this is what I wanted to see. So I don't know. I mean, this draft, it just seems extremely one-sided. If I had to play this game and I could choose 100 times which side I wanted to play it from, I would choose 100 times to play with White Rabbit's draft rather than Carbon's draft. I think I don't see it coming together well, especially against WRG's lineup, and considering their skill disadvantage, I don't really see how it's going to work for them to win this game. But I guess they've practiced something like this before, so that's my hope, and they're going to kind of make me a believer.
Yeah, absolutely. As get ourselves in the game, we get a customary pause and also give us an opportunity to introduce both the sides. Of course, on the Radiant, we are going to have Carbon, Filthy Frank going to be playing over here on the Magnus, Strike going to be playing over on that Omni Knight, and Mawing going to be playing on the Ogre Magi. I'm just going to go by the names that they have used. My Insane Pace going to be playing over on that Luna, and last but not least, Chelsea going to be playing over here on that Disruptor. Would you mind just taking us through the dire there?
Yeah, okay. So over on the Dire, we do have Castaway, who'll be going mid on the Invoker, Chidoi, who will be playing off lane on the Batrider, Santo, who will be farming safe lane on the Slark, Link supporting on the Night Stalker alongside Jau, who will be supporting on the Shadow Demon. So, yeah, I mean, I guess we it remains to be seen what exactly the lanes are going to be. Usually when you have a disruptor, you're expecting to put him like as kind of a solo support against a solo off lane. So I'm guessing that we might have a dual lane with ammoing on the ogre, kind of roaming around, maybe helping the ogre a little bit, helping the Omni a little bit in the off lane, helping harass a little bit in the mid, etc. I hope he won't spend too much time bottom, maybe just to start to get the Batrider out of the lane. We'll see. And then that's kind of going to be the only real hope for Carbon, I think, is that they have a decent laning phase because of the strength of this ogre. Meanwhile, WRG, they have this Night Stalker who's pretty much free to roam around however he wants. They don't really have great kill potential on the Night Stalker. He's a little bit too tanky, and Carbon are kind of lacking damage with these supports. So I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, I can agree. I think laning is looking really good here for WRG. Everything is looking pretty favorable in quite heavily towards them, but seems like they might actually contest for this run, and there's a good possibility WRG might even get 2 runs, as Batrider is hanging around here, hasn't picked up a point into anything as of yet. And yeah, it seems like the Magnus, he's looking for this top, or apologies, spot run, but doesn't really have too much backup, so this could actually turn a little bit sideways. Clock's still ticking for a little bit here. Very good wards placed here by the Night Stalker as well. Very good vision inside their jungle, making sure of any sort of rotations, as well as blocking that small camp. And of course, it can contest for this big camp for themselves. So it seems like they're going to just give that rune up to the Magnus. Filthy Frank will be able to pick that one up, as well as the Invoker finding one for himself in the lane. And like you said, this matchup you feel does favor the Magnus quite substantially. Do you think maybe a couple of rotations into the mid could change things around, or you think they're just going to leave Costaway to his own devices and just try and win their other respective lanes?
Oh no, I don't think this matchup favors the Magnus at all. This is definitely favors the Invoker. I was just saying that the Magnus, yeah, it is a decent pick just because, like I said, no matter what, Castaway is probably going to be favored in a 1 versus 1 here, and the Magnus doesn't really rely on having to win the lane. He just wants to like kind of do decently in the lane, get what farm he can, and then move on to the mid game as a team fight hero rather than a lane domination hero who needs to snowball. So I think that's more what it's going for. But meanwhile, bottom.
Yeah, bot lane Dow, he's taking a decent chunk of damage. Don't think they have enough to bring him down, but Schlinks, he's going to be brawling it up a little bit here. So this dual lane is having a bit of a tough time. Still going to be utilized. He still has 7 tangos on hand, so he can hang around for quite some time. But Ogre's got a lot more of that left in his bank, as well as the best potential that could be coming from the Luna once he hits level 2. And the next time that could be a little bit more scary. And well, seems like okay, no problems so far. But I mean, this matchup, this dual lane, do you think it's good enough to deal with the trial lane coming at you from Carbon?
If she gets so far behind in farm, because like I said, they've got a lot to kill her. I mean, they've got Lasso, they've got the Invoker who can do a ton of damage to her, not to mention the Slark who's eventually going to have a Shadow Blade. So I don't know, this is not the type of game you want to have as Luna. You want to have a really easy laning phase, transition well into farming the jungle with the Helm of the Dominator and treads, and instead she's just been really delayed in her items.
Yeah, Hayes picked up here by the Night Stalker, but he's not going to get too much out of it, as it seems like Filthy Frank's going to just go all the way back to base using that skewer, so not going to find much with that Haste run, but going to still hang around and wait for him to come back potentially. Nope, going to eventually just give that one up, and up to Abyss Pressure once again on strike. He does have Crippling Fear. It is nighttime. He's got that extra movement speed. That Crippling Fear is going to be an extra 2 seconds just because of the nighttime. So actually, no, he turns around looking in the mid lane here. Faulty Frank could be in a little bit of trouble. Of course, they do have the silence, but silence is a little bit too late. Skew's already gone on down. Rotations are coming in, and that's going to mean that was a pretty much failed gank there for White Rabbit Gaming.
Yeah, I needed silence first there. I mean, usually it's difficult too because the silence obviously shorter range and longer cast animation than the Void, or maybe the same cast animation but still shorter range. But I still think, I mean, in this situation, you just need to run in for the silence first and hope to get it. I guess he was hoping to proc a cold snap / the mini stun of Void and interrupt the skewer. Unfortunately, the timing didn't quite work out, and he didn't manage to end up skewering out of there. So. Yeah, a failed gank, but still not that big of a deal because the Invoker continues to farm very well. We'll have his Midas once again at a very reasonable time, and they're just not doing anything to slow him down. Meanwhile, top.
Slock falling quite low. He's going to bounce himself on out, and Strike actually putting a little bit of pressure himself now. Got 3 points into purification. That's a lot of potential damage, and that is pure damage on top of that. So must be a little bit careful. Yeah, Sanso doesn't have the biggest HP pool, but here we go. Disruption is going to be utilized onto him. They could potentially look for the kill. He's going to get purification. Sanso falls extremely low. Strike is going to go for the TP out, and he'll just TP out comfortably. As he actually felt quite low. This Sunstrike actually hit him, but he went down to, I think, about 1 HP, but at the end of the day, he will survive, and he'll be pretty happy with that outcome. But at the same time, Shadawi is farming up in the jungle, looking to get that Blink Dagger, or potentially even the drums, quite early. Do you feel that he should be looking towards the drums, or potentially the Blink Dagger at this stage?
I prefer the Blink Dagger. I really don't like the drums build. The drums build is usually when you're like far ahead, you do this, and even then I'm not a huge fan of it. Obviously, if you're like a 5-0 bat rider, after 10 minutes you can go for drums, but otherwise I just prefer to see the Blink Dagger. Actually, the thing I wanted to clarify though, Strike actually did not end up getting hit by the Sunstrike. It was actually just the damage from Demonic Purge that went off on him when he was in the fountain. If the Sunstrike had hit, he actually would have died. But he actually TP'd to the corner of the fountain rather than doing the default TP to the middle of it, which ended up saving his life. So that was a heads-up play by him. But yeah, well, I think I mean, I'm guessing he's gonna go for the Blink Dagger. I hope I don't know. These WRG players sometimes they like to do funny meta builds, which aren't necessarily, I would say, the best builds. They're kind of like builds things have to go well to get away with Drums build, whereas the Blink build is just always going to work. But given that he stayed up 1350, I think he just went for a Windlace, because Windlace is just a good cost-effective item, especially for a Bat Rider, and he'll go straight into the Blink Dagger afterwards, and he should have it pretty soon here, because like I said, he was farming well in lane, transitioned to the jungle, and with a fast Blink Dagger, Luna's gonna have a lot to worry about. Yeah, at the same time, Hadamatis has been completed here by Castaway, so his farm is only gonna get that much more as the game does progress, and Luna, he's doing alright for himself, but not really in a good position. And we look over at the Slock, he's got really good net worth for himself, actually falling back into his jungle with that Iron Talon, as his support has already rotated out of this lane. Looking to put a bit of pressure and find some levels in the spot lane, which has been abandoned by the Batrider as he farms the jungle. So, yeah, I mean, Magnus, he too is going to be looking potentially to get that Blink Dagger up in pretty good timing, and with that, do you think that's a really good time for Carbon to say it's go time, let's try and find a couple of kills and an objective off of this? No, I don't think so. I think the Magnus Blink Dagger just doesn't have the same sort of impact that the Batrider one does, just because it's just a little bit different on the Magnus than it is the Batrider in terms of what you can do with the Blink Dagger. I mean, yeah, sure, you can go for solo pickoffs, but you have a much longer cooldown on your ultimate than the Batrider does.
Oh,
so when you have to use it for...
Apologies, they're going on to Strike. Yeah, Strike's in a lot of trouble, slowed up extremely hard there, as that Demonic Purge makes his life an absolute misery to run away from the Slug. He's just going to constantly steal stats, and again, another kill going the way of the steal lane. Sanso finding his... oh, actually, that went to the creep, but it's still pretty good for them. They do find a decent amount of gold, and we'll be pretty happy with that outcome. Sanso, he's looking to be finding a pretty early Shadow Blade here, potentially, and that's going to be some really nice timing for him. He can really roam around this map, create a bit of space where he's supposed to find extra levels, I feel. So I do think Sanso and the SD, apology, is doing extremely well, as you saw yesterday as well.
Yeah, this is just another problem with picking the Omni Knight into a Shadow Demon, because Shadow Demon's Demonic Purge is naturally so good against Omni Knight, and we've kind of seen that here. I mean, the Omni Knight's had a really difficult game. Oh, and again. Yeah, they're going on him once again. Don't have the Demonic Purge, as there's just not enough mana on hand, and Sanso, he's quite low, but gonna just be able to use the Shadow Dance to heal himself up, as he does fall back a little bit here, but they can just rinse and repeat once there is mana again onto the Shadow Demon. So a little bit of a concern here for not to actually extend past this tower. As Castaway gonna be collecting this rune, maybe gonna look for a potential rotation onto this lane. Batrider has joined the fray, and pretty close to picking up that Blink Dagger, so maybe just gonna wait out for that one. As I mean, Shadawi, he's done pretty well for himself, considering he has died twice in lane. Very close to finding a Blink Dagger. Blink now up on the Magnus, so we'll see if they're gonna do anything with that. I mean, I imagine they will. There's no reason not to just try to use RP at some point here to get a kill. The problem is they just don't have anything to, like, create chaos in the first place in order to set up a better RP. That's usually what you'd want, is some other form of initiation, or to encourage WRG to fight, and then to counter-initiate using RP, which is usually going to be much better. But because their offlaner is an Omni Knight, not something they can initiate, they don't really have another way to set that up, so they have to either rely on WRG to fight into them, or their other teammates just kind of run in. I guess their best bet is to try to glimpse someone back, cause a fight with that, and then RP. Otherwise, obviously, there's always Blink Skewer, but Blink Skewer is much less reliable. On top of that, once you Blink Skewer, it becomes more difficult for the Magnus to set himself back up to blink and RP again in a reasonable time in the fight. So we'll see what he does with it. But yeah, I mean, it's obviously a big pickup for them, and the fact that it came out before the Batrider's Blink Dagger is good. Although since he hasn't actually gotten to use it, and the Batrider now has his Blink Dagger, I think that, as I kind of expected, the Batrider's Blink Dagger will have a bigger impact right when it comes out.
Yeah, Filthy Frank's actually done a pretty decent job at dealing with the Castaway Invoker. He maybe is a little bit behind him, but considering the fact that Invoker has Hanamitis, I feel that he's done a very, very good job. He also has utilized the jungle though. But here we go, Lasso's finally going to come out, but the RP follow-up is really big. He catches 3, the skewer is good, but they don't really have much more potential for a kill. They are going to, in fact, lose that Luna, and that's quite expensive for them. Looks like they might lose a little bit more, but a very good purification does come out from Strike. And it seems like that's going to be about it. And the Luna paying, apologies, the Batrider Blink paying off then, securing that Luna kill. And the RP really just not having the impact, like you said, that they would be hoping for.
Yeah, it was a nice RP. I mean, it was well done there by the Magnus, waiting for WRG to initiate and then being in position, being able to counter-initiate. But the problem is they just don't have any follow-up. I mean, what other heroes do they actually have that do anything right now? I mean, Ogre's kind of in there. He does a little bit of damage, hits people, but doesn't quite do a lot at this point. Oh, one strike. Nice try. Actually, if that had hit, wouldn't have actually been enough anyway. And then the Disruptor doesn't really deal damage. He wasn't able to get in position to Static Storm. And Omni Knight just, like, I don't know, doing kind of Omni Knight-esque things, which are like fine as a support, but when this is one of your cores, just not high impact enough. And on top of that, he's gone for phase boots and 2 points in degen aura. I'm not really sure what he expects to be doing with this build, but well, it's not really effective, whatever it is.
Yeah, pretty interesting. I mean, Guardian Angel is just so good. It actually makes very little sense. I suppose he wants to have some extra points into Repel, but going 2 into... Okay, he gets it now, so he does have it, and they've grouped up as 5 in this mid lane. Could potentially be looking to put some pressure onto tier 1, but I mean, WRG are privy to this as they too have grouped up. Shadowblade on this lock is going to just be scouting around the general area, not going to scout out much, and they're going to now get the intel that all 5 of them are going to be looking for this tier 1 tower in the mid lane.
Yeah, I don't see any way they can possibly push into this tower. The Shadow Demon can spam them off pretty effectively with level 4 Shadow Poison. Shidoi has lasso back up with his Blink Dagger, so if they come too close, he's just going to lasso someone back. The best defense have against that is obviously Glimpse, but Glimpse, it's still not immediate that it saves the person from the lasso, so this is just kind of an awkward situation that Carbon have put themselves into, but we'll see if they can make something work.
Yeah, there we go. Ball going to come down onto the Luna in an awkward spot. The RP comes through, but only going to catch out on 1, but that's going to be a quick kill for them, as they'll get rid of that SD and potentially secure themselves a tier 1 tower as the whole team is in the general area. And it seems like WRG maybe not...
There's a repel, which means that they can't lasso someone because they can just repel that person with no force staff on that rider at this point. There's going to be some action bottom.
Yeah, bot lane, they're going to get the last down. Luna is in a lot of trouble, so I'm trying to follow up. And Guardian Angel are going to be utilized here, but will it be enough? Do they have magical damage to bring him down? Doesn't look it, but the chase is still on. Sansa is diving deep, purification, doing a little bit of damage there, but they finally bring him down. Heartsucker will secure that kill. And now they're going to see if they can find a little bit more, as he seems to be a little bit scattered here. No one really looking for to engage on the side of WRG, and we'll be happy with that kill on the Luna.
Yeah, it was a lot of commit to get that one kill, but obviously getting a kill on the one position on the enemy team, definitely worthwhile. Luna does already have Dragonlance plus Yasha, so you can see that she's reasonably difficult to bring down there with the combination of movement speed and tankiness. I mean, the combination of the Invoker plus the Batrider, just so easy to set up kills, and that's exactly what they did. The Invoker still continuing to farm. Has gone for a Yule's build this game rather than going for the drums, so really just on those solo pickoffs, especially good against Luna. On top of that, just being able to Yule's himself when Luna ults, things like this, can be very good to keep him alive. So, yeah. Or I guess there's also, Yule's helps you in Static Storm. Yule's also helps you against the Magnus, if you can use the Magnus before he can skewer someone back. ultimately, there can be a lot of potential for some flashy Yule's plays here, and I guess for this alone, if nothing else, I'm quite happy that we're playing on South African servers.
Yeah, hopefully we're not going to have too many more issues, but I mean, Castaway having the Yule Scepter is pretty interesting. Obviously not going for that Ags early, which we often see. He's going to have the bits of travel flying out to him now, so he's going to be able to be very mobile around the map, and everyone needs to be a bit careful. Once he starts getting a couple of extra points up into Wex, he's going to be very mobile around this map, as he's actually going to walk into the middle of a very tough situation, but seems like they're a little bit afraid of him. He's going to get the combo down, and that's going to be a very, very dead Ogre, and Lasso to follow up, but a good RP coming out from Filthy Frank, doing a lot of work. Yes, Q is going to catch on to 2. He might actually find 2. That's a really good play coming out from Filthy Frank in the tree lines there, and great turnaround. WRG will pay for their sins, and rightfully so. Very well played by Filthy Frank.
The Echo Saber, whatever. I mean, I'm guessing this Magnus pick, like I said, is something they have practiced before, and Filthy Frank is making me a believer. Did exceptionally well in the mid lane, playing against Castaway's Invoker, much better than I expected, and since then he's really just been completely on point. Actually had probably a bigger impact now than the Batrider did with the Blink Dagger, so I was wrong about that.
Apologies, mid lane looks like he will go down. Disruptor will find the kill, and more kills just going the way of Carbon. They are going to be very, very happy with this. They get a deny as well into the tier 1 tower, and they're going to march down this lane and see if they can find any more. As yeah, this Echo Saber doing a lot of work, clearing out these waves very, very quickly for himself, and he does quite a large amount of damage. Looks like Shadowblade is going to be his next itemization here. Do you feel that it's absolutely necessary, or should he just stick to the type of build that he's been doing, or is Shadowblade the right build for it?
It's difficult for me to say. I don't watch Magnus enough. I mean, I think the normal thing to go at this point would be a BKB, but BKB is not necessarily great against the Dire. The only thing it really helps with is the Invoker and Night Stalker. And the Shadowblade, it's more of a pick-off item. He has the Blink Dagger for that, but getting the Shadowblade will help him against the vision that the Night Stalker and Batrider both provide. Night Stalker still ways off his Aghanims, but, you know, it's going to come at some point. So I think it's fine. Plus, like I said, I mean, I would not have expected such an impressive Magnus performance, so I'm just going to trust Filthy Frank that he's done this before, and he's going to make it work.
Yeah, absolutely. He's been doing an absolutely great job there on that Magnus, and doing well in the mid lane, keeping up with that Invoker. And in fact, this is going to mean that 2 of their cores are topping that net worth charts for Carbon. And WRG in a bit of a precarious spot here, considering where they were. So maybe playing this a little bit safe. Do you think that there's just good potential for Carbon to just look to take all these towers, secure a Roshan for themselves, and put WRG completely on the back foot here?
Well, I think it's going to be very difficult for Carbon to secure Roshan, but I think they can definitely take some towers. They've shown that they have a stronger team fight right now, and WRG's lineup is more predicated around split push and pick off. So, yeah, I think going for some 4 to 5 man towers is definitely a good idea, and exactly what they're doing here. But, yeah, I think the biggest problem that Carbon are going to have going forward, and we'll see if there's going to be engage here, is that they're basically playing like a 2-core lineup because they have this Omni Knight as an offlane who's essentially just a support. So, yeah, I think the WRG are just going to continue to try to outscale Carbon, because WRG, you know, they tend to have a capacity to farm a little bit better than their opponents, and they have 3 cores who scale very well, as well as an excellent support in the Night Stalker who's going to make it very easy for them to win the vision game in the mid game. So, yeah, I think WRG, they have a pretty obvious game plan here to spread the map and farm, whereas Carbon, they're actually the ones who feel compelled to force the issue while they're strong right now, opposed to when the Omni Knight falls further and further off, because not only is the Omni Knight a support, but he has no, I mean, for a core, like, he is actually a core in this game, he has no money whatsoever, so he's not going to get a mech or anything like that useful anytime soon.
Yeah, he's actually really, really poor, but seems like they're going to go for another tower, so this will help him in that situation that he's found himself in, but still got a lot of work to find the sort of net worth that he would like. But tier 2 tower under threat here, but it seems like WRG are doing the right thing here. They're just split pushing out a little bit here, dealing a little bit of chip damage to the tier 2 themselves. High ground looks like it's going to be under siege pretty soon, and this could be highly risky. Actually, disruption going to be coming at you onto the Luna as a pause does come on through, and seems like there is a mouse problem. That's a very awkward time for that to occur, but yeah, hopefully it does resolve itself pretty soon. So I think this Luna's in a bit of trouble here. It's going to be a little bit tough for them to get him out safely. They do, however, have the Omni Knight with the Repel as well as the Guardian Angel to keep him alive.
Yeah, but at the same time, you've got the Shadow Demon who has an Aether Lens and Demonic Purge, so things don't necessarily help the Luna if they're used before the Shadow Demon can purge, but I don't think that's going to happen. I'm pretty sure he's just going to be able to walk out of here. I don't think WRG are going to force the issue.
Yeah, it seems like they're going to get themselves an out, and rightfully so. It's also something we didn't really touch on. SD is just a really good counter to a Luna as well, and they did pick the Luna into that SD, so a little bit of a risky play. Obviously, those Luna illusions doing about, I believe it's 75%, if I'm not mistaken, or 75% of Luna's damage. That's pretty scary, especially for these squishy supports, and that's 3 supports that could potentially be just destroyed by these illusions.
Yeah, I mean, fortunately, in team fights, you do have Guardian Angel, which will counter that pretty effectively, but in terms of, like, being able to push, it definitely provides some really annoying harassment that Carbon have a lot of difficulty to deal with. So it's going to come down to having to get kills first before they can take buildings, rather than just being able to brute force buildings. Now that they've taken most of the outer towers, there's only 1 remaining. I know that they would like to take Roche, it's still just very difficult. If they could try to... Ooh, Night Stalker in a risky spot there.
Yeah,
will they see him?
Keeping the chase up here. He's actually in a really precarious spot. If Chelsea just walks his way in here, he's gonna scout him out. Does have the glimpse, gonna use that glimpse, and this should be the death of Slinks. I don't imagine he gets out of this one. Filthy Frank will just secure that kill with a right click, and he's hitting pretty hard himself, as high ground seems to be the goal here for Carbon as they do march themselves up again. But Meatball gonna be dropped out of the sky here by the Invoker. Looking to put a little bit of pressure, slow this down a little bit. They're gonna keep the siege up, and Invoker pretty much left to his devices here to try and stop this. Bit of damage, a good RP, he's gonna catch out onto 2. Filthy Frank trying to get around the side, gets the screw down, only gonna get 2, but he goes right into the Disruptor ult, and they've managed to find themselves 2 kills now, considering that the Night Stalker has also fallen, but the last 2 gonna be used here onto the Ogre. Ogre, he's still alive, but Slark on the backlines here, losing a lot of HP, could find himself in a little bit of trouble. He is trying to get himself out with that ultimate, he does bounce himself over the cliff, and still the Rax is under siege here. They do manage to find the kill over onto the Slark. The Omni does find the kill for himself, and a lane of Rax down. This is really big for Carbon. They came in the unlikely to win this, but looking extremely strong. But the clock is ticking, and they did manage to find a Rax. It's going to set WRG back a little bit.
Yeah, well, I talked about it during the draft. I didn't think it was a very good draft. I didn't know what to expect from it. I thought it was a bit weird, but in the end, they really made it work. But I'd like to say more than anything, Filthy Frank has made it work. His play in this game has just been exceptional. If they do manage to pull this one out, it's going to be 100% on his shoulders. His Magnus has been excellent, and you can 100% understand why they picked a Magnus for him when he plays it like this. So, yeah, really impressive here by Carbon, taking a nice early lead. They've already gotten 1 lane of Rack down. They have a gold advantage, and yeah, they're still not out of the woods yet, because about their lineup scales much worse than the Dyer's lineup. So they have to continue to manage to keep the pressure on, getting openings like this. But as long as WRG continue to make mistakes, like we saw the Night Stalker do here, where they can get a pick off and then turn that into a push, then it's going to be possible for WRG.
Shrike gonna find himself deep down in the grave, and pretty decent smoke rotation, but I mean, it's just an Omni Knight, really. He's a support hero, pretty much.
Yep. What is he even doing there, though? Like, I mean, you can see that there are some angry pings coming out between him and his team after he dies there, but the Magnus understands well enough that he needs to Shadow Blade and run away from the tower, but the Omni just keeps standing behind it. And at first I thought that, oh yeah, he's just sending himself a TP on the courier, he doesn't have one, but he actually had one on him, so he could have just easily TP'd out before getting caught there. Instead, he just decides to get caught. I mean, I think he was expecting that his team would come, but it's kind of a precarious position to fight into. You have no vision of the enemy team, you know that they smoked, and you don't want to get caught in an awkward position. I mean, so far, all of their successful fights with the Magnus have relied on the fact that the enemy team has been with the creep wave, so the Magnus can easily see where he wants to initiate on WRG and then pull people back to his team. Whereas here you'd be fighting into the jungle without vision, and you're playing against a Night Stalker and a Bat Rider, which is kind of a losing proposition if you want to fight in a jungle. Usually you're not going to have better vision, and the team with better vision is usually going to win team fights because they get to initiate better. So yeah, I think Strike just had to have a little bit better decision making there, not give up that free kill, which, I mean, they were going to lose the tower no matter what, so it's just pretty much a kill that he gave up, which is not the end of the world. Still, when you're playing a lineup like this, where you don't have a lot of margin for error against a better team, you can't afford to make decisions like that.
Yeah, absolutely. I can agree with you there, as they're going to group up now and push out this top tower. Will WRG and the Magnus, they smoked up. They're very deep here. They're potentially actually going to look for another set of racks, but might have to concede a trade if they are going to go for something like this. Magnus, he's sitting on the low ground looking for that opportunity for an RP, but yet to find it. Joe, he is the one who could potentially be in a bit of trouble here, but insane pace, my insane pace, dealing a little bit of damage here to the tier 3 tower and more damage dealt to the base of WRG, and they can't be very happy with this, as it seems like Carbon are going to be happy with that little bit of chip damage that they did get themselves on back. Roshan is still up for grabs. Like you say, they don't really have a quick Roshan lineup, but do you think it could be a potential for them?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the problem is just that it's so difficult to go into Roshan with against the Batrider. Does the Dire have a smoke, though? Because the Radiant does have this good ward down. Let's see. Yeah, they do have a smoke on the Shadow Demon, which I guess is what they're going to try. The question is whether it'll be fast enough, because this Rosh is going quite quickly between the Empower and the Bloodlust on the Luna, who hits quite hard. They got to make sure they have someone tanking it, though, because otherwise she's going to get bashed and stop doing damage here.
Oh, there we go. Sunstrike going to scout this one out as they are rotating themselves, and then smoke has been used. It's going to break, but that's going to be a very, very big problem here as we get the Guardian Angel. He comes through, but it's not going to really do too much. They do manage to find the Batrider, however, but Santo, he's going to look to rejoin the prey. Everyone's falling quite low here. Strike going to be potentially the one to fall. Looking to back himself on that. Santo does get the pass down here to Chelsea. Chelsea taking a lot of damage. Meanwhile, my insane pace, he's going to be able to walk himself in out of this one. They're still trying to keep the rest of the side alive, but it's a 2-point exchange so far. They will make it a 3-for-1 as they do bring down that Ogre. Omni Knight and the Luna, the last two survivors, they get themselves in out. And this is going to be a Roshan now going into the pockets of WRG. And this is a pretty bad loss. There's 2 games in a row that we've seen the same thing happen. Just getting caught out at the Roshan, not prepared enough, I suppose, to defend for that smoke. And that's pretty costly here for Carbon.
Yeah, I think they could have just committed to Roshan. I think if they just sat one more person in the pit with the Luna, let the Luna take it, could have quickly picked it up, and then they would have had a much better fight here. They were really prepared for the idea of fighting WRG at the Roche pit, but it just didn't work out so well for them. If they'd taken Roshan, obviously they'd probably win the fight. They don't take Roshan and they fight, they can still win the fight, but they have to execute a lot better. The biggest problem there was that they used Static Storm on absolutely no one, like literally 0-person Static Storm. And it was just on the Slark. The Slark had BKB, so it didn't do anything to him, and there was no one else actually caught in it. Once again, you had a decent RP. You took out the Batrider before the Batrider can lasso anyone, so that's pretty good, but you just have to have some sort of follow-up, and they're just falling off a little bit too much. I mean, the Omni has limited effect at this point against the Shadow Demon. They can always just find other targets. There's a lot of magic damage that comes out in AoE with the Invoker. So, yeah, I don't know. They just needed to be better execution. If you got a good Static Storm off on multiple heroes, maybe including the Invoker, like if you can hold Invoker and Static Storm, you're going to take him out of the fight. But instead, I don't know. It was bad execution, and in the end, it cost Carbon quite a lot because now they're back to being behind on the gold graph. They've given the Aegis to the other team. They are up 1 lane of rack, so I would say it's still not terrible for them. They're in a reasonable position, but a much worse position than they were 5 minutes ago.
Yeah, I mean, mine the same pace. He still has that butterfly as well. It didn't really have too much of an impact on that previous fight, but I don't know if he did have it in that previous fight. So, yeah. I mean, it's just not. They pretty farmed the Luna as well as the Magnus, but Magnus, like you say, he's also slowly starting to fall off. He went for the Orchid build. Quite interesting. Do you think that's pretty much just to deal with the Invoker very quickly, or potentially the Batrider, or because I'm not too certain about the Orchid build on Magnus, and of course you say you don't really watch a lot of Magnus, but it seems a bit of an awkward build, if I may say so.
Yeah, he's just going for like a pick-off build, I guess. I mean, with the Orchid and the Shadow Blade, he can just like run around and try to find solo people and kill them. But yeah, the Orchid's awkward because usually the Invoker's not going to be close enough that you can really Orchid him. On top of that, he has Yules, so he can always just Yules himself away. The Shadow Demon is obviously a pretty good target for the Orchid, but similarly, it's not going to be that easy to catch him, although I guess that's kind of your best case scenario. The Slark has a BKB, so this does nothing. The Batrider, it can work, but I think in almost any situation where you can Orchid the Batrider, it's either you've already RP'd him and you should just be able to kill him anyway, or it's too late because he's already lassoed someone. So yeah, I think the Orchid's a little bit strange. I mean, the butterfly pickup from the Luna as well, it was just that if she'd had a BKB in that fight is so much better for them because she can just BKB, run into the middle of the fight with the Eclipse and do so much more damage. Instead, she has butterfly, but she takes 2/3 of her health and damage from the meatball combo from the Invoker because, I mean, obviously Invoker does magic damage, and the butterfly doesn't help you against that. So yeah, I think the problem is kind of that Their itemization, it only is. It works well. When it works well, it's great, and when it doesn't work well, it's kind of a nightmare. So yeah, I think if the Magnus and the Luna both went BKBs, it would probably be a little bit better. That said, I mean, the Luna, I feel pretty confident doubting in terms of going for the butterfly over the BKB. I think that's definitely not a good decision. The Magnus, he's played so well so far when I wasn't really sure, so I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt.
Absolutely. Yeah, I do agree. I think BKB would have been more than likely the better pickup here. Haste now going to be picked up here by Chidao. He's going to see if he can scout someone out in the mid lane. They are going to find that Luna is going to be under a little bit of trouble. Still has the Eclipse, but not going to get it, as that's going to be a lasso down, and they will secure the kill. Santos quite low. Massive off. He comes through. They're going to bring down the Aegis, but it is all that. It's only an Aegis, as he's going to rejoin the fray here, and all of a sudden it looks like Filthy Frank, he's going to fall. And that's going to be a 2-0 exchange, and all of a sudden WRG looking to be the dominant force here, as they managed to find themselves the tier 2 tower, and potentially could be looking for more, as Buyback will be forced out here by the Luna, who again still is actually opted to finish up at home, not even saving up for their BKB. So pretty interesting here. High ground under siege, he's taking a decent amount of chip damage here. Disruption gonna buy a little bit of time. Santo needs to get himself a nap before he gets caught out, but this is a very, very hard defense coming at you for Carpenters. They do lose the high ground tier 3 tower, and Sanso going to go and just rejoin and deal whatever damage he can. As, well, the stun's going to come down on him, as just gets himself and manages to pounce. And now, Lunar Illusions are just going to destroy their own base. And this is the problem that I was talking of a little bit earlier. It's really, really problematic, and they've lost half a lane of racks just because of that. As that SD being a major issue. Santo walking straight under the sentry ward here, but they don't really have enough lockdown to control him. Seems like he's going to walk himself up. Now Chidawi looking to rejoin the fray, does have that lasso online, but seems like WRG have made the call to back themselves and out. They've got enough out of this one, and a really good exchange there for them. They didn't lose much. I do believe I was a barback forced out on the Luna, and half lane of racks.
Yeah, I think that Carbon are certainly on the back foot now. It's going to be rather difficult for them to come back from this position. It's again going to come down to the Magnus play. His play's been excellent so far. That RP, it was really big. He just doesn't have any teammates there, and it has to be, I guess, a little bit more aware of that, because unfortunately that does end up being pretty costly since it opens the door for WRG to push. But it still just kind of comes down to the Luna. I mean, it's the same thing there. She's like, okay, I've got the butterfly, so I can man fight this Slark. But oh wait, there's just like spells on the enemy team, and I don't have a BKB, and so now I'm just dead because Sunstrike and stuff. So I don't know. I mean, I understand why she bought the Helm of the Dominator there. It's just because she bought back and she wanted to get an item so that she could like defend base as easily as possible, since she wasn't going to get the BKB during that base defense regardless. She thought that this was just more likely to help her. Still, she just has to get a BKB. I don't know. I mean, you cannot rely on Repel. They have a Shadow Demon on the other team. You cannot get the RP on Shadow Demon every time. So Repel's just not going to be enough. You have to have something reliable that will actually prevent you from just dying to the Invoker. And the smoke was like semi-scouted here. We'll see if WRG noticed it. I think they did, yeah.
Yeah, that was scattered just on the high ground. They're very costly for Carbon. I don't think they're going to find anything off of this, as WRG going to do the right thing, going to group themselves up and pull back. He too has a BKB as well as a Diffusal Blade, so I mean, they just got all the answers for the Omni. Now this is a really nice build coming at you from Sanso. I mean, some might say unorthodox, but it seems pretty solid.
Yeah, I think it's probably the reasonable decision here. They just needed some sort of Diffusal builder, and the Slark is the best one. I mean, Diffusal's not a great item on Slark, but it's fine.
Going straight onto the Yoga is going to be... Well, he's in trouble, to be fair, as he gets lasted up. Sunstrike going to be off the mark, and unfortunately. He's going to Glimmer Cape himself enough. They got no detection, but the Pounce going to be on the mark here. Do they have enough to bring him down? The kill as well as the Repel, the MP should be enough, as they finally managed to bring him down. That was a very slow kill. I was saying they should have been a lot quicker, not having detection. Their Guardian Age are going to be used here to buy a little bit of space for them, but the Ice Wall is very good from Castaway. It's going to mean that this Luna's got nowhere to go. He's in a lot of trouble, but a very good play coming up from the Disruptor. Going to buy a little bit of extra space, and now all of a sudden Sanso, he's in the mix here between 4 heroes, but none of them can do much to him, as he does have the Shadow Dance on hand. So Tornado going to come at you. Not going to be enough to secure any kills, and this should be a lane of racks. In fact, they don't have creeps, so Backdoor Regen is up. But seems like they're doing more than enough damage to deal with that. And yeah, it will go down. So the lane of racks is now complete here for WRG, and they also had a favorable fight. looking to start to favor them a little bit more, as the net worth is definitely showing that. As Filthy Frank jumps a little bit aggressively here, he does get silenced up, must be careful. Doesn't have that Shadow Blade this time around. Now they might be looking for a little bit more. RP is on cooldown for another 40 seconds, so they can't really make much of a play with that. And high ground gonna be slowed down a little bit here. The Shadow Demon's illusions are just doing so much work on that Luna.
Yeah, unfortunately in that fight, Filthy Frank actually wanted to counter-initiate when they were going on the Ogre. They actually had detection. They have a gem on the Night Stalker. The reason they were killing the Ogre more slowly is just because they were in a kind of a tight spot there, and they didn't want to all run in at the same time and get RP'd. In the end, I guess Filthy Frank saw an opening that he considered to be good enough and tried to go for it, but actually, I checked him. I don't think his blink got actually canceled. I actually think he just didn't click it. I mean, didn't use it correctly, because he actually just RP'd nothing while trying to blink in an RP. So then WRG saw it and started pinging it heavily, and this was the sign for them that they could easily go take the mid lane rack. So another smoke here. You're going to try the same thing again. RP back up. Got to get something here. I mean, I think this is really the chance for them to do something, and if they don't, I think it's going to be very difficult for them to win, short of just an incredible 4 or 5 man RP.
Yeah, and they're going to be pushing out the lanes with the Lunar Illusions here, but it seems like WRG, they are quite aware of what is happening, as they are moving through the jungle here. Could potentially find something, like you say, RP is online, but they're positioning themselves very well. RP is only going to land on one, and that's the Nightstalker. The disruption is going to come at Nightstalker. Could fall here, he finally does, but the rest of the team is going to join the fray. Meatball's going down, and that's going to be the death of the Ogre. It's 1-for-1. Buyback does come out from the Nightstalker. They find the disruptor as well, now looking for more. It looks like Omni, he too will fall. And that should be it. They are in fact going to go for more here, as Magnus, he needs to get himself out of here. He's going to have the blink dagger in a couple more seconds, so it's in fact the Luna is going to be the main target here. The Ice Wall is going to mean there's no way out from sitting around and fighting and doing a lot of work here. But will it be enough? In fact, Magnus does find one kill. Can he find himself a second? He does skewer. It's going to be off the mark. Oh, he just misses on the Invoker. He'll go down. 5-man team wake. And just a dieback coming out here from the Night Stalker. And another great fight coming out from WRG, being the strongest side clearly in these team fights. And looks like Roshan is going to be the next goal here.
Smart buyback there from Schlinks on the Night Stalker. This is just the problem of having this Omni Knight core. So they get a smoke. They're in actually a pretty good position. They are able to initiate on the Night Stalker. The problem is they have to use RP to initiate on the Night Stalker because they have no other initiation because they have a core Omni Knight. And so because of that, they have to blow RP on just a single support. Not even the most important support. The most important one is obviously Shadow Demon, who can purge Repel and defend other heroes. So you have the Night Stalker. Night Stalker just buys back anyway because they're right by the enemy base. Even if the Night Stalker doesn't buy back, I think this fight still goes terribly for Carbon, but Night Stalker does buy back, and it goes even worse because they have no RP. There's no ability to control the team fight at all at that point, and just breaks out into a terrible mess. The Omni Knight just has basically zero impact on the fight. Doesn't even use his Repel on his teammate who dies in front of him just because he's afraid of the demonic purge. So yeah, I don't know. I think ultimately the two biggest things that have cost Carbon this game, I mean, other than just like execution, I mean, you can always say execution because if they just executed better, they'd be able to win. But I think overall, Filthy Frank, I mean, a couple miscues, well, maybe just like one big one, has more or less played really well and almost got them this game. But the choice for the Luna not to get a BKB was pretty costly. I mean, it's 40 minutes in the game now. She still doesn't have a BKB. And more than anything, I think just the draft choice of the Omni Knight core is just really not worked for them. Going Omni Knight into the Shadow Demon, not a great decision to begin with, and going a core Omni Knight into a Shadow Demon has really just been a disaster.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you. As now it looks like they're going to prep themselves for a high ground push, as they do have the Jaegers up on the Sloxan, so ready to go for the siege. Luna just walking down the low ground with the Repel on, making sure they can't lock him down. But of course there's defusals and there's demonic purges. He needs to still be careful. He will have the time to get on out, but not a very mobile hero. So they could be a bit awkward if he does go down into that low ground once again. WRG seems like they're just waiting around for a couple of people to join, and yeah, this looks like this is going to be the potential high ground push coming out for them. Santo, he's going to be going straight up to the high ground, of course, with that Aegis in hand. He's not too afraid of taking any sort of damage, but must still be careful. You don't want to really throw that Aegis away at this stage. And again, it still seems like WRG just waiting for their opportunity here. Don't want to group up too much because Filthy Frank, if he lands a really good RP there, that could be tickets for them if they lose a couple of people in the team fight, which is going to force them back and just reset. But Pound's coming forward. Shadow Demon is going to use that disruption onto the Luna, but the RP does come through. It catches out into the Guardian Angel's going to be there. They're going to be able to bring down one. That's a Batrider down. As Santo looking to deal a little bit of damage on the sidelines here, going onto the Ogre. He does get stunned up. He might just lose the Aegis here, but he does, of course, have the Aegis on hand. Oh, the Ogre just going to walk with that meatball and finally will go down. Invoker on an unstoppable streak here, and all of a sudden Strike, he's going to be in trouble here. Tornado's going to come out onto him, and I do imagine this is going to be his death, as this is a double kill coming out here for Castaway, and they might be looking for a little bit more here. Need to be afraid of this Luna. He does deal a lot of damage, of course, still lacking that BKB, so getting caught in that last wall and can't make much more of that. So big jump forward coming out from the Shadow Demon. A good skewer from Filthy Frank should find their kill, and they will, rightfully so. And all of a sudden the Luna's illusions are just doing so much work to him as they beat away at this tier 3 tower. Should hopefully go down. In fact, it hasn't as of yet, and oh, that was nearly a death on Sanso. He's low, he'll go down. Filthy Frank will find the kill, and that's not going to be the high ground. The tier 3 tower is still hanging in there with a hair of health, 27 at that, and really good defense coming out there from Carbon. I don't believe they used any buybacks, or am I mistaken?
Omni did buyback at the end there, actually.
But
yeah, I think... Sorry,
carry on. I was just saying, it was still pretty good defense by them. I mean, Luna can buy the BKB now, so with that, they should be in a better position to potentially look at high ground if they do manage to get some sort of advantage. I don't know if you do agree with me there.
I mean, I agree that if they manage to get some kills, they can potentially go high ground. I think the Luna at this point probably has to save for buyback. Can't just buy the BKB outright, just because if she gets lassoed and killed, it's just going to be too risky. This was
apologies. I don't want to disappoint you, but he's buying his Satanic on the Luna right now, so no BKB, it seems. That's a bit odd, and could be costly. Once again, I mean, they managed to hold on for this long, but without the BKB, it's going to be a major issue.
Yeah, he's just like, I've got Repel on my team. Why would I get BKB when I have Omni Knight? But, I mean, they have ways of dealing with it, so, I don't know. Whatever. To each their own. I mean, but what I wanted to say is that they did have a decent high ground defense, and it was once again all in the back of Filthy Frank. Just an excellent timing on his Blink RP there. Right when the Batrider went in, was able to catch 2, got the Aegis basically immediately, as well as killing the Batrider without the Batrider doing anything. The Magnus still just continuing to have an excellent impact on the game. One small miscue, but beyond that...
RP in the mid lane here, they're looking for more, and it looks like Slarky's going to go down. Another great RP coming at you, as they're going to keep the chase up here, looking for more, as they got to back themselves in that, as it's just a really big run forward coming at you from the Luna. Glimpse actually going to be evaded here by BKB, as he does TP out, or Shadawi, and pretty good pick off there, and once again, Filthy Frank making the plays, bringing it to the forefront here, and potentially going to secure a lane of racks here for them. However, there is an Invoker who's extremely good at defending this high ground, so I'm not so sure how much they're going to get out of this, but definitely is going to be their goal to go for this high ground.
No sorceries.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, Slark does have buyback, so he certainly can, if necessary. We'll see if he does decide that it's worth it.
Here we go. Disruption coming through as well. Salasu on the sidelines here, but it's a great skewer once again from Filthy Frank. Gonna send Shadawi back, saving another teammate, but it looks like a lot more is going to go down. Luna's in a lot of trouble. He's been hexed up here, but he's healing up, does use that Satanic, and he's going to turn around and man. Not having that BKB up on the Luna definitely costing him there. I mean, the Omni died. There was no hope of even getting a repel. So back to your point.
Yeah, I mean,
what do you do in that
situation? He had a repel for a little bit there, for like longer than he has at other points. So I mean, it did something, but ultimately the Slark was just able to purge it off, and they were still just able to kill him. I think if he had a BKB there, it would have been a lot better. I still don't think it would have been enough in that situation. The biggest problem is just they had to fight without RP, which was just smart of WRG to force a fight there. I think Carbon felt compelled to, yeah, they're going to lose at least one laner.
Yeah, doing good work here, securing a bot lane of racks, as they do have creep inside the base now, and he needs to get himself out of here, as Luna has joined the fray here, but still not really needing enough damage to deal with him. He's pretty tanky, as BKB going to be used to make sure he doesn't get himself glimpsed on back, and it seems like that's going to be about it. Meanwhile, Castaway, he's split pushing out the top lane here, and causing all sorts of troubles here for Carbon, as they need to once again defend their high ground, and getting a tier 3 tower and a Rax, I'm pretty sure they'll be happy with that. Well played there by Santo.
Yeah, they've got a lot of pressure on both side lanes now, so it's going to be difficult for Carbon to mount another offensive. Does Carbon have any smokes left? Yeah, the Disruptor just purchased one up, so this is kind of going to be, I guess, their last real chance. Like I said, they kind of knew in that situation, I think, that they shouldn't have been there without RP, but they were just so desperate because they realized the game was slipping away from them, or had slipped away from them, and this might be their last good opportunity that they kind of wanted to force the issue. They did force the issue, it didn't really work out for them, but they're going to have another chance here. It's going to be the same issue, though. They have to get a good initiation. I mean, if they can initiate on a hero like Slark, like we saw there in that mid lane before that push, then that works. But otherwise, if they don't catch like Slark, it doesn't really matter, because I mean, if they catch a support with RP, since they have no other initiation, they end up usually losing the fight regardless.
Yeah, there we go. They're going to find someone now with the smoke, and that's going to be the Night Stalker. Going to look for that kill. Tornado's going to come through. It's going to buy a lot of time here for Slinks. And it's going to be a retreat. In fact, they go for the glimpse, and Slinks should fall here. But a pretty slow kill there for them, but they do manage to secure it. The rest of WRG were in the general vicinity, but not able to do much there to really save the life of Slinks. As they're going to walk themselves on back, and maybe a little bit of extra time bought here for Carbon. But is time one of the things that they are looking for?
Well, when you're down 25k net worth, I don't think time matters that much. On top of that, as we've already said, WRG scale much better than Carbon does. I guess at some point here, Filthy Frank can get a refresher. I'm not sure. I mean, he kind of needs BKB and refresher is the thing, so with the items he has, I'm not sure exactly what direction he's going to go. Maybe he just ignore both of them and end up going for a Bloodthorn. I'm not really sure. But I think he probably wants refresher or BKB. At the same time, the good news is Luna does finally have a BKB. She has purchased one. And there is an advantage to this, which is when you get your BKB at 50 minutes into the game, you still have a 10-second BKB at 50 minutes in the game. So that's a positive at least.
Yeah, absolutely. I was just about to bring that up. I mean, 10-second BKB is going to mean all the difference on a potential high ground push or potential high ground defense. So this is a pretty, I suppose, not, you would say, weird timing, but it's timing, and they're still in the game, so it's not completely over yet, but they have been forced into a pretty tough position because of it. So I don't know. It's very difficult to say if it is a good timing for the BKB. But alas, he does have it. We'll see if it's going to be used efficiently in this high ground defense or a siege, depending on what's going to come first. But of course, this top lane has pushed in pretty hard, and they can't afford to lose too much more. They don't have a tower here. It's pretty naked racks. No TPs yet. Finally, some are coming in. And I don't think they're going to look for much more. It's just Filthy Frank, as he wants to clear this out. Tornado's going to come on through. But looks like they're not going to go for much more on this. But, I mean, the Forge Burst, they're going to secure a Rax here if they don't do something about this very quickly. As finally they do come through, but it's not really going to be enough. In fact, it will finally fall. And this is pretty disastrous for them. Slark's inside the pitch here, finding himself a Roshan. And they've lost half a Rax. They've only got a pretty crippled Rax, if I may, in both the top as well as the bot lane. Both melee, I believe, yes. So that's okay for them. I mean, they still, if they can hold on to that and potentially get a major push out of it. But buybacks are still all up for the side of WRG, so it's going to be very difficult for them to try and clutch this game for themselves. Oh.
Well, lots going to come to this Roche right now.
Yeah, Luna is repelled up, looking to go into the Roche pitch here. Does get scattered out, he does fall in there, but the egg is going to be picked up. Jesus on the ground here, but disruption being used here onto the Luna. He's going to be dealing a lot of damage to himself here as the BKB has been utilized by him. Great RP coming through. In fact, it only catches down 2, but it does mean the Batrider can't pull the Luna away. The Luna's going to keep on fighting here. Castaway, he's in a little bit of trouble here. In fact, that's going to be Sansa going down. That's Aegis on the ground. Meatball comes through, but it's not really going to do much, as that's going to be the death of Castaway. Now looking for more as Filthy Frank on the backlines here. Good Glimpse going to be coming out of the Shadow Demon. They're still fighting inside the picture. Finally, the Omni's going to go down. That's Gem on the ground. It's a 2-for-1, and as well as a buyback, but they're going to lose Chelsea as well. And that's a 3-for-1. Buyback was forced by the Invoker, but Diogo going to be able to get himself an out. So probably not the right sort of Roshan defense that they were hoping for, and maybe one of the few last nails that are going to be going into this coffin as Elena Brax is down. They're going to look for the kill here onto the Invoker. It does have BKB as well, Sheepstick. That means Filthy Frank can't really do too much as Castaway does turn around, looking to deal a little bit of damage himself. Sunstrike going to be off the mark. Castaway jumps forward. Won't be able to find much more, but Final lane of Rack's going to be where it is at, as there we go, Magnus going to find himself getting lassoed up, but no real follow-up onto him as of yet. He still wants to get himself on out. They do have the gem, and that's going to be a very, very dead Magnus, and that's going to be GG called. And I mean, Carbon gave it their all, but at the end of the day, WRG just having the more, I suppose, confident draft and managing to pull it off or execute it that much better. So yeah, I mean, is there much more that you really want to add on the back of this game?
No, that's about it. Just looking forward to the next game. Happy to see the Carbon were able to put up a reasonable fight, and hoping that they can bring it together a little bit better in Game 2 on more stable servers.
Yeah, as we will be jumping onto Luxembourg servers for this next matchup, and hopefully we won't have too many more issues, but we'll see you guys there. Of course, a reminder, this is the Mega8 tournament sponsored by MTN and held by Kagiso Media, and we'll be seeing you guys shortly for game number 2. Time capsule there and come back into the past. Faces Void, Scarith Mage first pickup. So pretty nice though. It can be. It still obviously works. I mean, Faces Void really strong in the meta. Scarith Mage, we haven't seen all that much of him, but still a pretty good support in a lot of senses. Has a pretty solid silence, a large amount of nuke damage. So we'll see if it pays off for them. Of course, if age-old combination between both the Faces Void as well as the Scarith Mage. The Ogre Magi are going to be the first pickup here for White Rabbit Gaming. We look over at the bands. It's going to be the OD as well as the SD. So they do get rid of the SD this time themselves, WRG. Of course, that worked out extremely well for them in the previous game. Drow as well as the Warlock not going to be allowed through, and it's going to be a Venge pickup. Pretty interesting here for WRG. You don't really see too many Venges lately on the support role, so I don't know what to really make of this. Do you think they're going to be going for some sort of aura draft, or they just want some sort of safe support, obviously with that swap?
Yeah, I mean, it's just to deal with Chrono, that's all. I guess White Rabbit is a team who plays quite heavily around their two cores, Castaway and Santo. I mean, traditionally it's always been Castaway, but I guess also Santo these days as well, so having a hero who can take one of them out of danger, because obviously Carbon will be focusing that Chrono on those specific heroes, or those specific players. So I think it's mostly just that.
Yeah, I can definitely agree with you there, but WRG going to be banning out their Magnus, not going to let Filthy Frank have that in that lane again. He obviously did extremely well in the previous game. The Invoker as well as the Axe not going to be allowed through. So before we just carry on, obviously want to just remind everyone, of course, that this is the Mega8 tournament sponsored by MTN and brought to you by Kagisa Media. And of course, 50,000 Rand up for grabs, and both of these teams looking to get their share of that 50,000 Rand prize pool. So, yeah, I mean, draft getting itself underway. Of course, Sniper also going to be banned out again. We've actually seen quite a lot of emphasis on Sniper over the last 2 days, and the Luna once again going to get picked up here for the for Carbon, and hopefully we'll see an early BKB on it.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't have to be early, you know? I mean, she still went for a Dragonlance and a Manta beforehand, but usually you get it after those two items. Regardless, going for another range damage dealer, Faceless Void makes sense, and obviously Luna's just a fine. Overall, just a very reasonable draft for both teams so far. I think both are quite decent, and there we see the deviation.
Yeah. So the Silencer, potentially going to be a position 4 Silencer getting picked up here for Carbon. Potentially maybe going into the mid lane, not sure. But I mean, Filthy Frank proved us wrong with the Magnus in the previous game. He played exceptionally well. If they do take that into the mid lane, we'll see. Maybe he can do something amazing once again with it. But I don't know. Where do you sit on the Silencer in this meta? Do you feel that... Why do you feel that he's not really such a good pickup here?
I mean, well, alright. I first of all, yeah, I think Silencer is not good currently. But I do think that they could pick him for mid, and I would be relatively happy with that. It's just another range damage dealer. Scales well against Sven, actually, because Warcry doesn't block the pure damage from the glaives. And yeah, in that case, like you said, Filthy Frank convinced me. If Sword Silencer, I think it's terrible. It's just literally a walking ultimate. And in this game, the ultimate isn't even very good. I mean, you're not canceling things like Black Hole or Wombo Combo team fights, which is typically the situation you want to pick Silencer. Here, it's just like a more typical farming, maybe pick-offs lineup, which doesn't necessarily lend itself to playing Silencer against it. Now, maybe they're thinking, well, you know, they're going to try to swap someone out of Chrono, but haha, the joke's on them because we're going to use Global as well, and then we're going to kill that one hero, but we've only used 2 of our ultimates, and then we're just going to lose the fight. So I'm just like I said, I'm hoping that it's a core silencer because that actually would have some reason to be here, whereas there's just no reason for a support silencer here.
Yeah, I can definitely agree with you there. I also feel that silencer will do much better on that core role, but the Beastmaster are going to be the pickup here for WRG, so they're going to have something that can at least, if they win a team fight, maybe just look to get some objective damage or bring down a tower pretty quickly. And I mean, they got Vengeance Aura as well, coupled with the Inner Beast, so they're actually going to have quite a decent amount of damage when they do group up, as well as Warcry. So they will do pretty well at pushing down towers and so on. So pretty interesting. That are going to ban out the Tinker this time around. Obviously, a little bit afraid of the Tinker, obviously TPing onto Hawks, and never mind that. He's also pretty good with the lineup. If he is outside of the Chronosphere, he can really just deter everyone away with either the March as well as the Laser, just making it impossible for them to get into it. So I do like that. As Storm as well going to be the ban here for WRG, as they don't want to really allow that in. The Beastmaster pickup seems like I've lost Hari for a little while. Hopefully it does get resolved pretty soon. As yeah, the Beastmaster pickup, pretty interesting. Obviously it is an ability that can go through BKBs, and of course, like we touched on, the Luna will be looking to potentially get a BKB in a more reasonable time this time around. So we will see. Hari, are you back with us?
Radiant team pick.
All right. So Hari is going to be joining us pretty soon, but the Marauder going to be the pickup here for WRG, so that's more than likely going to be Castaway's hero. I have actually seen him run the Beastmaster, but obviously now that the Marauder's out, it's more than likely going to be Castaway's hero. Alchemist is going to be the pickup here for Carbon. Pretty interesting. I feel this draft might be a little bit greedy, and of course this is going to be that support silencer, so we're going to see how much they can get out of the support silencer, but it's going to be a tough task. If, I mean, even Hari agrees with me. I mean, silencer is got a couple of flaws, especially on that support role. I mean, he's decent at harassing out lane and so on, but at the end of the day, he's just, like Hari touched on, just a walking ultimate. So, Filthy Frank, he's going to have to do a lot of work with his Alchemist to get his team ahead. I just want to touch on, how do you feel the matchup between the Alchemist and the Marauder does go in that mid lane, Hari?
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Prepare for battle.
Moon's blessings.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty interesting. I mean, Skyreth Mage, pretty squishy. They're going to have a tough time. So, I mean, definitely looks a pretty solid draft here for WRG going up against Carbon. So let's see what's going to happen as both teams going to set themselves up, going to get a pretty easy run. And no real contest up against the Alchemist. I feel they're not too concerned about it, as they are committing a lot of people to the top run, just in case it's going.
The battle begins.
The prize is mine.
Yeah, pretty interesting. Faces 4, you're going to go straight into the jungle, and it's going to be scattered out here as a very good ward placement. Should have scattered out the Alchemist, planting a ward himself in the mid lane. So a couple of losses here. So this means these supports are quite free to roam, as Ogre already moving himself towards that mid lane. And like I say, it's a matchup that you've dealt with quite a lot. And is there any way that this Alchemist can do anything to come back from this sort of, or deal with the sort of lane that he's going to be facing now?
No.
An end of an age.
Yeah, absolutely. So finding the CS, that's pretty much all you will like to do. Has got 1 point up into the ass spray. Might go for a second one, obviously, if that is going to be under so much pressure. So it seems like there's no contest for him collecting this rune, and it's going to be a bounty one, so he'll be very, very pleased with that outcome. And double damage picked up here by Shlink, so maybe a bit of concern should be had here by Filthy Frank, but we'll see if they're going to make much out of this one, as Schlinks, he's going to expose it in the lane, so they're going to be very aware of what could be coming. Meanwhile, I mean, bot lane, Luna, he's finding his farms, 14 CS, Sven also no real contest for either of them. Both offlaners just opting to fall back into the jungle, and rightly so. Schlinks standing inside the acid spray here, he does have the DD, I don't think they really want to trade with him at this stage, so... yeah, apparently they're having problems with your sound there, Hari. I'm not so sure, maybe if you could just try reconnect into Dota. They're not hearing you on Dota TV. Yeah, that's I did tell them that, and they said it's still not working. So I'm not so sure. It seems like this previous patch that came through is just making our lives an absolute misery. But hopefully it does resolve itself. But yeah, looking at the rest of the scenarios here, I mean, Faceless Void, he's trying to choke point jungle. He's getting a little bit out of it. It's not too bad, but he's never going to farm as quickly as the Beastmaster does in the jungle. One of the more efficient junglers from the off lane. So it's a very difficult situation. Ooh, Costway going to take a decent chunk of damage here. He's going to avoid at least the concussive from concussive shot that comes out from the Skywrath Mage. So not too bad. But they're doing a pretty decent job here at securing Filthy Frank at least some sort of farm, considering he's actually 12-1 compared to a 14-11 Mirana. He's still finding these last hits. Yes, they are maybe suffering a little bit for experience just due to those denies, but I don't think Filthy Frank will be too concerned about that right now.
It's mine. Denied.
Radiant's top tower.
Definitely playing this matchup pretty well.
Yeah, I'm pretty happy to see that he isn't getting run over in the mid, at least. I mean, his CS is really low, but so is Mirana's, so I guess that's okay. But I guess that's like the sacrifice Castaway is making here. Normally, you know, he would prioritize farming over shutting down the opposing mid, but against an Alchemist, it's really important to shut the Alchemist down, so he's prioritized denying and harassing more than CSing himself. So he has low CS, but so does the Alchemist, which is exactly what WRG want, because they're not necessarily relying on the Mirana to win them in this game, and if they do manage to keep the Alchemist down, they have a very good chance of being able to do what they want in the mid game without the annoyance of the Alchemist split pushing them.
Yeah, and the Sven, he's already got 3 points up into Greater Cleave, so he's going to be able to farm these stacks that have been created, which is a pretty substantial stack at that on this big camp. A little bit later, once he does get a little bit of lifesteal on hand, as well as he's got strength, so that's going to be a little bit of a concern, because that may mean something like an early Blink Dagger or something of that sort for him, and he can start to have a little bit of an impact around the map. But bot lane, the same thing. Luna pretty much getting free farm, score 1 point up into Glaive, so he's not going to be able to farm the jungle as efficiently as Sven will early on. But big smoke play coming at you from WRG. They're looking to wrap around. They might find a Skywrath Mage, and they should find a Skywrath Mage. Yeah, he's going to get the Raw, and they should have all in enough damage to bring down Chelsea. And Sven will come and secure that with the Storm Hammer. And that will be first blood going the way of the Sven, so he'll be more than pleased with that. And they're actually going to look to put a little bit of pressure here onto this tier 1 tower, as there are 2 points up into Inner Beasts, as well as the balls on level 3. So can more than likely be a tower coming down here for them. Rotations are coming through, but I don't know how much they can really do. Luna, in fact, going to rotate out of his lane to see what he can make out of this one. And in fact, they're getting a lot of damage done here to Sanso, but I mean, the Luna, can he really walk forward into this one? It seems like they're going to back themselves on that. He throws out a couple of loosened beams, but it's a big rotation for a Luna to make and get nothing off the back of that. I mean, they saved the tier 1 tower, they're probably going to deny it now, but what is that worth them?
Probably not, to be honest. It would be worth it if someone was actually farming bottom right now. Like, if you'd had to make this rotation, but there was still one support who's getting towards level 6 bottom, that would actually be really worth it. Like, especially if it's the silencer or something, so you'd have an early level 6. He's still going to have a pretty decently timed level 6 just because he's been a dual lane, but instead you just left bottom completely alone for this, which probably makes it not worth it. I think it's better to just drop that tower. I mean, honestly, getting a deny on the tower is worth something, but you've missed at least 2 creep waves now, and it's probably going to be about 4, maybe 5 creep waves by the time he gets back down there. So in that case, yeah, losing that many creep waves is absolutely not worth the difference between a denied tower and them taking a tower.
Yeah, Filthy Frank still manages to find his farm at quite a decent rate. We'll have that armlet up shortly, and after that, looking for that Radiance, and still no stacks up in the jungle. Quite surprised by that. Sports haven't really emphasized a lot of time onto creating that extra bit of farm. So I think maybe that's something that they should be focusing on now that the armlet's very close. I don't know if you agree with me, but another thing, the Sven opted to actually go for the armlet first item. I know I've seen a lot of it, and I've seen it work extremely well. How do you feel about this armlet as the first item with besides the blink?
Well, there's gonna be some action mid.
Oh, apologies, mid lane in a lot of trouble here as he gets stunned up, and they're not going to stack those stuns, and this should be the death here of Filthy Frank. He's going to be able to toggle a little bit here. Great toggles coming out from him. He's buying himself a little bit of extra time, but how much longer can he survive as he will finally go down as the stun does come through here from Schlinks, and they managed to shut him down. So that's the second kill coming out of the game for in the favor of WRG. Gonna slow down this Alchemist a little bit. He does have that omelet, but I mean, I just touched on it. The Sven is way more farmed than that Alchemist because he's already got the omelet plus treads. So it's really looking good for WRG at this stage.
Yeah, usually you go the armlet. Well, alright. I guess there are two things I could say about this. So one is that I've noticed that WRG do this before, and I think I had actually seen Scant's team doing this before. I mean, I think this is actually maybe something Scant likes, although maybe it's just something WRG likes. I don't know why I specifically think it's Scant, but I mean, since he was coaching them, I just kind of suspected it. On top of that, like I said, I think I saw some connection to it, but regardless, I mean, you go for the armlet when you want to put early pressure on the opposing team, as opposed to just going for the Helm of the Dominator, obviously, and then into Echo Saber when you're more interested in farming and scaling a little bit more and getting a few items up. So here, because they're playing against an Alchemist, they're more focused on the early to mid game rather than allowing the spend a lot of time to farm. And I think it's a reasonable decision in this game.
Yeah, I can definitely agree with that. And I mean, Sven's looking pretty good. Do you feel that he goes for something like the Echo Saber, or is the Blink Daggers? Oh, sorry, mid lane in a lot of trouble, and Alchemist, his ulti just ran out. In fact, they're looking to turn this run around with Global Silence, so Silence is going to be thrown down onto the Beastmaster. Chronosphere going to be committed here, and this could be the fall of the Beastmaster. They don't really have a huge amount of damage, but they finally get it down, and Strike does get that bash that comes through, and really good disengage or, I mean, turnaround fight there for them, but a lot of LT's committed, so maybe gonna look for a little bit more, but another stun coming out here onto the Alchemist, but he's tanky enough to deal with it. Oh, bad toggles coming out from Filthy Frank, and he'll pay with his life. Oh, that was very, very unfortunate for him.
Yeah, you can't be giving away free kills like that as the Alchemist. It's going to be a difficult enough game for him, much less doing things like that. But yeah, I mean, you said it. I mean, they did get a good turnaround there, but they had to expend 2 very long cooldown ultimates to do it. Obviously, it was probably worth it for them. I mean, they need to use the ultimates at some point to make them worthwhile, but it just does give a pretty big opening here for WRG. And WRG are absolutely seizing this. Immediate TP once Beastmaster respawns down the bottom, and they're pushing that tier 1.
Yeah, that's a very, very dead Silencer in the mid lane. Gets caught out there, and pretty easy kill. Tough position to be in. Maybe overextending a little bit there, but Filthy Frank gonna join the fray again, still far away from finding that Radiance at any time soon. And Beastmaster really looking to a bit of a pressure here. Gonna be going for those Necro books early on. Not looking for the Blink Dagger or the Vlads or anything of that sort, so probably gonna see them group up and try and push once he does have those Necros up and bring down at least a tier 1 tower. So doing pretty well for himself as Shadawi, and still, I'm surprised that he's behind the Void. I suppose the fact that the Void got a kill now might change it, but I really thought that a Jungle Beastmaster would be quite much more further ahead than he is at this time.
Yeah, well, Santo looks like he cleared an Ancient stack just now, I think. That's why he has his ultimate up, and he's actually, I mean, let's see, I assume he's going to go for an Echo Saber at this point. I don't think you go for a BKB as your first item after, yeah, and that is actually a completed Echo Saber, so, oh, Ronald, I guess he's going to get a Blink after the Echo Saber and then into BKB.
Yeah, Mirana going to be utilized here. Will Chadawi be able to find anything? He does have the Roar online, but seems like they are very, very aware of this coming. But meanwhile, Sven, he's going to find himself a kill on a Faceless Void farming in his jungle. And yeah, that's a little bit of a painful one to take there. I don't think he was able to get his time walk off, so that hurts. But meanwhile, Beastmaster is in a bit of trouble here as he does get silenced up, but in fact, the other way around, Carbon's in a bit of trouble. Great silence comes out here from the silencer. He's going to buy a little bit of extra space. They do find the kill onto the Venge, but I think that will be about it. Global Silence is now down, though. Maybe a bit of a concern for them, but Luna still chasing here. He does find the kill, in fact. So that's pretty good for him. maybe wants to back himself on that here before he does get caught off guard. Mirana in the mid lane still looking to put some pressure onto Filthy Frank, who's still struggling to find his way into that Radiance in a really good time. So it's still not the end of the world for him, as he will get that online. But like you say, it's already going to be a tough matchup for him. He can't afford to just fall behind anymore. So falling into the jungle he is, but still no stacks.
Yeah, I just don't understand the lack of priority for stacks on this Alchemist. I think more than anything, it might just have to be that they're not that much they're not that practiced playing Alchemist. I'm not really sure, because normally if you're going to play Alchemist, you're going to prioritize stacks really heavily. On top of that, I mean, he just needs to spend more time in the jungle, less time in the lane. Like here, when he goes to the lane after it's pushed up to his tower, that's fine. But other than that, it just basically needs to live in the jungle. You're just like walking around in the lane, like just go farm the jungle. Just go farm the jungle. But yeah, so I don't know, this is weird. I mean, he's like setting up maybe for a kill in mid, but he doesn't really contribute anything to kills at this point anyway. Better just to go farm the jungle. A lot of other people do with these lanes.
Yeah, Faceless Void as well as the Skywrath Mage going to be hiding on the sidelines here. Skywrath Mage has hit level 6, so these Chronospheres are going to be that much more lethal. Because the way he's not playing too overzealously as he sits behind his tower, the rest of the team has actually joined him. So any sort of engagement here could turn very, very south for Carbon, as they do opt to back themselves on out, and that seems to be about it. They're not really going to look for much more from here. Yeah, that's quite a lot of time wasted there for the Faceless Void, just waiting on that high ground.
Yeah, I mean, it was a good idea. You've got both those ultimates up. Why not try to use it, get a kill on a core like Castaway? But ultimately, they weren't able to find an opening for that, and WRG were a little bit too prepared, and now WRG are going to go for a counter gank.
Yep, smoke onto 5, apologies, 4, and Moonlight Shadow is going to be used up here. They should have seen that on the Sven, who's just farming in lane, so maybe not the best sort of engagement for them, but if they can find something... Oh, actually, they do find one, the Skywrath Mage, who's, well, a little bit out of position, considering the fact that they saw that Midnight Shadow was used. But now, the Silencer, he's in a tough spot here. He looks like he's going to be in a bit of trouble. Luna's going to look to fight into this one as Global Silence is going to be used. Manages to get it off. I'm quite surprised by that, but Luna dealing a lot of damage.
Chrono there, but they just don't have enough heroes who can actually fight. I mean, Silencer's already dead, but on top of that, Silencer doesn't really deal any damage because it's a support Silencer. And then you've got Alchemist, who doesn't do anything at this point other than farm. So they've kind of got this like wombo combo fighty lineup with the Global Silence, the Chrono, the Luna's ultimate, but then they don't have enough else to go with it. I think ultimately this lineup could have maybe worked with the Silencer, because the Globals have actually kind of been pretty significant, I guess. They allow the Luna to just run in ult, which has actually been pretty good. But if they just hadn't picked the Alchemist, I think it could work. Like, either you can't pick the Silencer or you can't pick the Alchemist, because the two of them together, it's just not working.
Yeah, I can agree with you there, but Filthy Frank, he's going to find his Radiance now. Not very good timing for an Alchemist, unfortunately, but he's going to have that up anyway, as Necro Books are now up for Chadawi, so they might be looking to find a couple of objectives with that online. But yeah, I mean, WRG seems to be on the front foot here. They are grouping up towards this mid lane. Going to see if they can catch this Alchemist off guard, as he's actually at the back of the lane here, Chadawi. To see if he maybe can find some sort of way to encroach on the space here of the Alchemist, but Alchemist seems to be very aware of what's happening, and looks like it's a very good time for them to push. Aghanim Scepter has been complete here on the Mirana in pretty decent timing, and he'll be pretty happy with that. Tier 1 tower now going to be under a little bit of threat here, as Alchemist does have that Radiance now, so it is a lot of damage, especially for these support heroes if they're going to be hanging around, so this might force them back as well, as a pretty decent item to slow down the push, the Radiance.
Well, it's decent once he has the Manta Illusions to send it out. Otherwise, he can't really just walk forward and kill the creeps himself. I mean, when it went under the tower like that, he was kind of safe to do it, but they've got to be careful since they're still missing Chrono. Well, actually, it's about to come up. This could be really exciting.
Yeah, there we go. Arrow comes on through. Global Silence is going to be used here. Chrono is going to be dropped, but the Alchemist, he can deal damage. There's very good edge Chrono onto the Sven, who will fall eventually. They will find a second, and maybe going to look for more, but that Mirana dealing so much damage on the sidelines here. The Alchemist is so low. Great toggles this time from Filthy Frank, going to keep himself alive. A 3-for-1 exchange there, and that was a great Chrono coming out from Strike. Getting that edge Chrono onto the Sven made all the difference, as Alchemist could at least get one extra hit in there to make sure that he did fall without getting a stun out or being able to toggle.
Yeah, so for a Strike can really do no wrong this game. I mean, his first Chrono, it wasn't that huge. It was the one in the middle, but I mean, it did what he was supposed to do. Good turnaround. Bottom, he had an excellent Chrono, and then another really good one here. It's almost such a shame that in a game where Carbon were so close last time that he had to be playing an Omni Knight, which is just like so low impact. Oh, mid.
Oh, big swap here going on to the Silencer. He's going to find himself in a lot of trouble. Can't imagine him getting out of this one. Stun does come through from the Alchemist, but it's too little too late, as that's going to be a very, very dead silencer. But I mean, again, it's a silencer who's just walking ultimate, and that's on cooldown for 60 seconds. I don't think they are too phased by that. I just want to ask, do you feel that the silencer is going for a Hand of Midas from here? He does have the Gloves of Haste on hand.
Yeah, I guess he's definitely going for Hand of Midas. I honestly think, ooh, that was close arrow. I think that's perfectly fine, to be perfectly honest. I don't really see. There's not really an item that you go for. I mean, a Glimmer Cape would be pretty good against the Mirana, I suppose. Force Staff is never necessarily bad, especially against Sven. So any of these would be fine. But I think with the way that they want the game to go, which is obviously quite late, they'd rather him get a Midas and be able to get max level global silence as soon as possible. But WRG can do everything they can to stop that by picking up an early Aegis.
Yeah, and that Aegis went pretty quickly. They did use God's Strength, but as well as the large amount of Manus armor that does come from this Vengeful Spirit, so pretty good work there from Whelp and Sanso. He's looking pretty good. Looks like he might be going for that BKB now that he's got the Blink online, and he might be a very, very difficult target to bring down. We already saw how they struggled in the bot lane, Chrono. They managed to bring him down, the one in the mid, but time around might be a little bit more tough. Seems like they're setting up for the siege here. Tier 2 tower looks like it's going to be under a little bit of in a little bit of danger here, but they're going to go for an exchange instead of trying to defend this one, as they're going to get the mid tower and as well as the top tier 2 tower. So a pretty decent exchange here for Carbon, as they're not going to be able to bring down tier 1 in the mid lane, but they do get a decent amount of chip damage done to it, so they can really just bring it down at any sort of time, as BKB getting more and more close here for the Sven, so maybe something that they should be a bit concerned about. But the Alchemist now starting to escalate his farm that a little bit more now that he has the Radiance on hand. Really needs to find that Manta sometime soon.
Yeah, he's still a long ways off. He still doesn't even have his travels yet. His farm is still really, really slow. I think, I don't know, his farming patterns just haven't been that optimal. Usually by now you would like to see him chop down the trees between the Ancients and this camp that he's clearing right now and be able to farm these two camps at once. This is a pretty important source of farm for the Alchemist when he can't get into his own jungle, which has been a lot this game because of obviously the pressure that WRG have been putting on, but he actually hasn't done that once yet, and I think if you're going to play Alchemist, that just has to be something you're used to doing.
Yeah, Moonlight Shadow going to be utilized here, but I don't think they're going to find too much of after this, as it seems like Carbon are aware that something is up and they're falling themselves back to base, as yeah, I mean, not too much really going to come of it, and I'm not sure if that was used to save someone. No, I don't think so. But Sven still has that Aegis on hand. I'm not so sure how much time is actually left on that. Still lots of time, so I suppose they can be pretty patient with it and see what they can do. Of course, they do have Necro Books 1 up, almost 2 complete. Maybe then they will look to get their next tier 2 tower, but I think they're going to play this a little bit patient.
Yeah, Void also has his Blink Dagger now, which is a pretty big pickup for him. I mean, he's already been on point with his Chronos without a Blink Dagger. I can only imagine with a Blink Dagger how excellent they're going to be. I hope I'm not jinxing him, but I mean, obviously he's been the one keeping them in this game so far, and it's going to have to continue to be the case because they don't really have anything else to control team fights. And Filthy Frank's just going to keep farming as much as he can. Hopefully, like you said, get that Manta and be able to use that to push out the creep wave so that they don't have to deal with this constant pressure from WRG anymore. Oh, Luna. Careful.
Yeah, as Sven, he's quite low, but he's going to be marching himself back to base. Mid lane looks like they're steading up to push a little bit of these lanes out, but not really looking for more than that. Silencer, he's in a tough spot and he gets arrowed up, and this will be his death. I can't see a way that he gets out of that one. And just trying to get some D wards, actually some observer wards down, and we'll pay for his life there. So at least got the ward down, but not so sure how they actually scattered him there. Did they see him with the ward in lane?
I didn't actually. I was watching the Alchemist farming bottom. So I don't know. It's possible that it was a hawk before, because there's just a newly spawned hawk, so there could have been one before which expired there. I didn't actually see.
Yeah, I think you're correct there. Maybe this ward season there, but yeah. That was a pretty good arrow, and going to secure a kill. Big jump forward coming at you. Chrono going to be dropped onto the Beastmaster solo, and they're just going to secure that kill. And that's good enough. I mean, a lot of magical damage that does come out from the draft from Carbon. Arrow does come through, but it's going to hit on the Alchemist, and he's not a target that you want to be taking on this stage of the game, especially when you are down 1 and you're down your pretty good lockdown. So WRG set back here on this Aegis is the clock is ticking, and having the Beastmaster not here, I don't think they're going to look to find much more of an objective, so maybe just going to look to farm up the enemy's jungle or something of that sort with this Aegis.
Yeah. Pretty good. Just taking whatever kill they can get at this point are Carbon, and I think that's exactly what they want to do until the Alchemist gets to a point where he's actually quite strong in team fight, which for him is still going to be quite a while. I mean, it's pretty rare that you see an Alchemist still behind farm an opposing carry when he hasn't. I mean, he died in the laning phase, but hasn't died since then. So normally he really should have caught back up by now. But honestly, Santo just doing an excellent job farming on this Sven as well. He's got all his core items now. Nothing coming out for him on the courier. So yeah, he just has basically all the items he wants. Once the Aegis expires, he'll get to look to get something else, which will probably be an AC. Could be a crit, but I'm imagining it's going to be AC to complete their Aura strat. And yeah, looks like with this Aegis, they're going to try to take this tier 2 tower mid, which I don't think there's going to be contestation from Carbon.
Yeah, 45 seconds left on the chrono. They are going to clip it, but Alchemist walking forward a bit aggressively, but takes a little bit of damage. Decides otherwise. Swap going to be defensively used here onto the Sven, as they do get a decent stun down there onto Strike, and looks like they actually forced them off of this one, deterred them entirely from looking for anything else. But a big jump forward coming out from Strike. It does get brought up, and he'll pay for it with his life. That was a bit awkward. He must have known. In fact, they even had a sentry ward there scouting that out. That was a bit overzealous.
I jinxed him. I jinxed him so hard. I feel so bad now. But yeah, I mean, there's no other explanation for that. I can't imagine what he possibly thought he was doing there, jumping into at least 3 enemy heroes. I mean, he just kind of, saw red and wanted to kill the Venge. But wow, totally not worth it.
I feel even if he found the Venge kill, it would have not been worth it. So
no, absolutely not.
I don't know. A little bit of a waste there for him. But they managed to defend the tier 2 tower. But losing the Faceless Void in the process, definitely not worth their while. Well, TP's in, gets a bit of a stun, but looks like they're going to go for this tier 1 tower. It's going to be glyphed up, however, of course they do have that glyph on hand, and it's just going to push them back, and again, just rinse and repeat. Both teams trying to play it safe, but as long as Strike now does have Chronosphere up, so if he does join the fray here in the mid, they could potentially make something of it, but seems like they're going to play it safe. The Aegis is now down for the Sven, so that's something we have to be very aware of, as they're going to have a 5-man smoke. I think a very good smoke play coming out there from WRG.
Yeah, good rotation, managing to keep the pressure up even though they lost the Aegis, and well, it's just a little bit unfortunate for Filthy Frank that his TP was on cooldown. Could have easily gotten out of there if it wasn't. Not only could he TP'd, but on top of that they have the silencer there, so they could have just globaled and TP'd. I guess the global plus TP doesn't technically work because there's the BKB, but yeah, time to contest for the bottom tower.
Yeah, they need to TP themselves back here. The Saddle's going to go down way too quickly. In fact, it's already down. Now looking to deal damage on the backlines here. Big jump forward coming out from the Sven. That's a little bit of his. He does get the BKB up, but that was odd. Once again, we're going to see a very peculiar coming out, and Strike jumping forward, but not going to throw down that chrono. And yeah, that's Sven. I don't think he needed to die there. That was very, very odd.
Yeah, yeah, a little bit too ballsy, but they did force an Alchemist buyback, so I mean, despite him dying like that, still definitely worth it. I guess he was just thinking, wow, if I kill the Alchemist here, we win the game, or at least, get 1 lane of Rax, which is basically winning the game. But yeah, well, I think WRG are still going to be happy with the position they're in this game. Carbon are going to be relatively happy to get to go back to farming now for 25 seconds while Sven is dead. And the next Roshan is really going to determine a lot.
Yeah, looking over the Faceless Void, picked up this ultimate ore. Do you think this could potentially just be a Lincoln Sphere to negate the Beastmaster's ulti for his engagements? Oh, he's actually going to get ultied up now, in fact, and be in a lot of trouble. Walk straight into a Sentry Ward and will pay with his life, as that kill will go the way of Castaway. And that's, again, the Void just dying, walking up onto the high ground there. Maybe unlucky, but still no vision themselves.
It wasn't unlucky, it was I should try to think of a different word. It was a little bit silly. He took an Invis rune. Oh, what does that sound?
I apologize, there is someone racing down the streets. I'm not at home, ladies and gentlemen. I'm on holiday, so I had to actually hire another place, and there are people racing in the streets, so I do apologize about that.
Sounds like an exciting holiday. But anyway, as I was saying, so he grabs an Invis rune, and he's just assuming that there's no vision of him whatsoever when he grabs it, which of course there is. So it wasn't lucky. I mean, the sentry was placed down because they knew he was coming, and they set up to kill him because they saw that he grabbed the Invis rune. They expected that he would take that route, rather than him just like randomly walking into a sentry. So just being a little bit careless. Like I said, I jinxed him. I jinxed him real badly there. And now WRG can transition this into another Roshan, which is quite bad news for Carp.
Yeah, pretty good timing on the Roshan for them. as that's going to be. There's just no way they can even defend this. The advantage is not even here, so they don't even have the minus armor, but it's coming down so quickly, it's not even a necessity as yeah, the thing is going to go straight into the bucket of the Sven here, who's now got boost of travel. That was his next core item that he opted to go for, which is fine. I mean, just going to be mobile around the map and be able to join his team at any time. And yeah, WRG just looking in very good positions to close this one out. They just need to make, obviously, no mistakes, and that should pretty much close this up for them. So, I mean, we look over at the Alchemist still. He's got his Mantis Eye, he's got the Radiance. Is this enough to really push out these lanes? And oh, Chronosphere actually going to be committed here, and they will find the kill onto Castaway. So a little bit of a nice kill there for them, but still, it's a little bit of something, I suppose. But WRG are still in a pretty comfortable position. They can accept that loss.
Yeah, and immediate travels bottom from Santo. They know that there's no chrono up on the Radiant now, so they're going to try to force the issue by pushing the exposed racks. And honestly, without chrono, I'm not so sure Carbon can defend this. They needed to already be pushing these lanes out with Manta Illusions from the Alchemist. The Alchemist is actually sending his Manta Illusions elsewhere, so this is going to be really bad.
Oh, they're going to go straight for the tracks. Filthy Frank was in a bit of a tough spot there, but he managed to get himself an out. His ultimate's going to be dropped here from the Skywrath Mage. It's forced out the BKB here from Sansa, but they're turning around, and that's going to be a very, very dead Void, who's well out of position. One lane of Rax is down now, and WRG, again, just looking to be clinical about their gameplay here, and doing a very good job at that.
Yeah, we can see WRG having a lot more respect here for Carbon than they did in their matches yesterday. Every time they get an opening, they're very sure, or very focused on pressing the issue rather than giving Carbon any room to breathe. And yeah, I mean, Carbon is slowly but surely suffocating. I mean, they're getting little things here and there, and they're keeping the goal graph relatively close, especially compared to where it got to last game. But I can't help but feel that, I mean, they're playing from behind with an Alchemist lineup, and that's just a recipe for disaster. Now, admittedly, they do have Void, and Void is kind of the great equalizer, so it all just going to come down to how the Void can play. Void was playing excellent to begin with, which is the reason they were doing well in the game, and since then the Void has kind of been a little bit sloppier. So if the Void can continue to play well, then they'll be able to do potentially something to get themselves back in this game. Otherwise, they'll probably just continue to roll down the hill until WRG eventually clenches it.
Yeah, absolutely. Moonlight Shadow going to be used here, but not too sure what they are looking for with it. And Shtawi in the mid lane here has got Necro 3s up, and more than willing to take down the tier 2 towers, which is extremely low. And I'm sure they will be grouping up shortly to just get some more objectives in hand. Of course, they already have a lane of racks. Oh, arrow. It has landed somewhere, as the Raw is actually going to come out here onto the Luna. Luna is in, well, it's a spot here as he does get brought down. Global Silence is going to be used, but I don't think that was necessary by any means. Now they don't have Global Silence on the high ground. They do have the Chrono, but, I mean, the Global Silence could have really helped post-Chrono.
Yeah, so it's just going to be another situation where WRG sees, I mean, they get the kill, plus they see that the Global Silence is burnt, and they just immediately start heading down the mid lane. There you see the line that was drawn by the Manjo and bottom.
Yep, Finch gonna find a kill there onto the Skywrath Mage, and gonna be assisted there by Castaway, but tier 2 tower is gonna fall, and they're going straight now for the high ground tier 3 tower, taking a decent amount of damage. Arrow flying through, gonna be off the mark, as the Concoction gonna fly it onto the Svenny. Of course does have Aegis, I do remind you. Jump forward coming out from Castaway, just dealing a decent amount of damage here on the backlines, but nothing too severe. And seems like they're going to back themselves on that, happy with the chip damage that they've dealt so far, just waiting for the creep waves potentially, as well as having to deal with these illusions of the Alchemist, who he's not attacking the wave, he's just sending them to pull the wave as much as he can and buy extra time for his creep to spawn. So I do like that coming out from the Alchemist, pretty much how you play your Naga most of the times when you are behind.
Yeah, but the creeps are still going to end up getting into the base here. It looks like WRG are not... Ooh.
That's an awkward Moonlight Shadow going to be thrown out there. They're fully aware of this. Not going to be going through the enemy side of the jungle. They do have a sentry ward there to scout that out, but woof, the Sven just jumping in there. He felt confident with his toggles there, and will be able to hold onto that Aegis for a little bit longer. And again, I mean, Carbon, they are confined to their base here. They really just poking their heads out every now and then, seeing if they can find farm. But I just want to point out that Luna went for Butterfly instead of BKB. This is again, it's odd. They've been able to kill him, especially in the top lane. I am fully aware. I mean, Beastmaster's ulti does go through BKB, but do you feel that not going for the BKB is going to cost him quite a bit here?
Yes, I mean, to be honest, I don't think it matters that much in this game as it did in the last game. I think that they're in a much worse spot here, and I think even if he had gone for BKB, it would still be difficult for them from where they are right now. However, yes, it's clearly terrible to go for the butterfly over the BKB here. There's a ton of magic damage that can come out, and not just that, but there's literally a stun on every hero on WRG, so it doesn't matter if they're not necessarily damaging you, but they're just repeatedly stunning you. And then, yeah, I mean, Mirana does a ton of magic damage, Ogre does a fair amount. I mean, all of them can do a fair amount of magic damage. There's a Necrobooks as well. Sure, evasion is great against Sven, but it's not worth it at this point. You have to get a BKB. It gives you much more survivability and allows you to actually contribute something. I mean, sure, you have Global Silence, but it's just kind of the same thing as last time. He was like, yeah, I have an Omni, I don't need BKB. Here, I have Global Silence and Chrono, I don't need BKB. Well, no, you should probably still get a BKB. And honestly, if you watch most pros in a situation like this, they would still get a BKB as well. It's just greedy not to, and ultimately he's going to pay for it.
Yeah, I mean, there is an Eels up here on the Mirana, so he can get rid of that silence if he needs to. Or at least survive post them, and then just get a huge amount of damage. And there we go, they're going to catch him out. Now Global Silence is going to be used, but I mean, how much longer can this Luna really live for? They spread out, they're afraid of that Chronosphere follow-up, but they're going to be able to bring this down, and still no real big follow-up. And in fact, the Silencer just walks himself into lane, and they're just going to go for the backlines here. They just know they're going to kill the Silencer no matter what happens, as he just gets chopped down very, very quickly there. Good swap coming out onto the Alchemist. He's going to mance up just to deal a little bit with the waves, and he will escape, so that swap not going to come too much. But tier 2 tower is going to be brought down, and MKB is the item that Sven did go for as his next big item, so he's dealing a lot of damage at this stage of the game, and this is a very, very tough one for them to defend. Oh, Chrono going to be thrown on down. It's going to catch out the Sven. Can they bring him down? He's still alive. He's being glimmer caved up. He finally falls, and Alchemist will get the kill. Meanwhile, Faces will die to the bench, and Alchemist getting locked down a little bit here, but maybe they're not going to look to say it's still that just slow bleed of Carbon.
Yeah, Carbon. Oh, and
oh, this is just a dead void. There's not much more to say of that. He got caught out there. Again, overextending a little bit there. I feel like Strike Aretha had a great early game, but now just making these errors of overextending, finding himself maybe being a bit overzealous in these team fights, and dying a couple of times. Yeah, he doesn't have Chronosphere up, but I'm sure he'll have some sort of an impact if he was to stay alive there.
I think Carbon's just kind of in a downward spiral here. They just lost control of the game. Similar to the previous game, they had an opening where they had the possibility to actually win, and then it's just kind of from there, a few mistakes were made, both item-wise and execution-wise, and it's just kind of all fallen apart after that, which is a bit of a shame because they've shown that they have the potential to win against WRG, but they're just kind of like about 80% there, and they've got to get to 100%.
Yeah, so High Ground looks like it's going to be under siege here. Ulti going to be used, but that's just a very dead silencer very quickly. Goes after very quickly used here by the Sky Mage to keep himself alive, but the Luna is going to die almost instantly as Cosmo is going to jump in there with the Dagon, and that's going to be GG. And it just looks like WRG are going to come out ahead. And being the stronger team of these two, like you say, Carbon, they did look good in game number 1. Game number 2, they let it slide a little bit, but yeah, it's a little bit of a tough one. Do you feel that it maybe comes down to the drafts, that their drafting is just not to point to the side of Carbon, or is it just that WRG are just that far ahead of them?
I think WRG are significantly ahead of Carbon in terms of player skill, but I don't think. I think Carbon were like very close to making very good drafts, and I think if they had made very good drafts, I think they had a chance to win. But without making excellent drafts, always having just a couple flaws here and there, and then on top of that, obviously playing worse than WRG, I just don't think it's possible for them to win at this point. So I think they I don't know. I mean, the biggest issue is always just going to be player skill. I think it comes down more than anything to that, though.
Yeah, absolutely, I can agree with you there. But that's going to be it for this best of 3 series. WRG going to be coming out ahead 2-0. Of course, I do remind everyone that this is the MTN, or apologies, the Mega8, hosted by or sponsored by MTN and Cohiso Media. Apologies about that. But yeah, after that, we're going to go back to the panel, and we'll see you guys later for our lower bracket games that are coming up. Cheers.
Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Outworld Devourer.
Radiant team pick. Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Reserve time. Dire team ban. Dire team ban.
Squishy, but wants to be able to stand in the middle of fights, deal damage, and Sniper can just like pick him off from afar. So yeah, I think generally this may be one of the best Sniper bans I've seen. Otherwise, I think it might just be a little bit too much emphasis placed on Sniper because people are just annoyed of hoo hoo ha ha.
Yeah, fair enough. As Beastmaster going to be the ban out here coming from Ventus, and Carbon going to be picking up the Disruptor from here. So pretty nice support combinations coming at you for Carbon. I feel that the laning is still not extremely good. I don't know if you do agree with me, but do you think they're just going to throw these three and secure the farm for the Luna, or do you think that they can dual lane something with the Omni and just Disruptor sort of sit there with the Luna?
It depends. I think they can definitely dual lane something with the Omni. It just can be risky. Like they could pick up Sand King here, for example, which would be a good dual lane with the Omni, but Sand King kind of goes all in on magic damage against Oracle, which can be risky. The offlane I'd really like to see them pick up. I'm actually surprised that Beastmaster was the ban over Nyx, because Nyx is an excellent counter to OD. Now, admittedly, also magic damage against Oracle, but more reliable. I mean, well, there's a Lion as well, so Nyx is honestly excellent here, and I would be I'm not going to say I would be surprised if it's not the pick, because I haven't actually seen it picked or banned in a single game so far, but I think it absolutely should be the pick. It's a hero who's very well positioned in the meta right now, has an extremely high win rate, over 60%, with I think over 20 games played in the in the Boston qualifiers, so I would say that's definitely a high impact hero, and this is kind of the situation you want him in, but I think if they pick the Nyx, then the Omni Knight does kind of have a little bit more of an awkward situation in the laning phase, because it's not really a strong aggressive dual lane. The Omni Knight can kind of babysit him a little bit, but then the Nyx lacks experience, so does the Omni, and both these heroes need experience a lot. So yeah, you probably just end up throwing him bottom and securing Luna's farm.
Yeah, I can definitely agree with that. I definitely do like the next pickup. I'm actually quite surprised that I don't see teams pick it up as well against something like the Batrider, and obviously up against the OD, like you say, very hard counter to him. But we haven't really seen him at all. In fact, no emphasis has been put onto that hero. But the Invoker going to be the pickup here for Carbon, and that's going to be followed up by Sankey coming at you for Ventus. So they have quite a decent amount of lockdown and potential teamfight coming at you for Ventus. I also want to just touch on one more thing. This Invoker getting picked up against the OD. Obviously, OD can just maybe go for 1 point into Arcane Orb. You don't really want to, but to get rid of Forge Burst, do you think the Invoker might go for a Quas Wex in that sort of scenario, or is just Quas Exort the only way for him to win that lane?
I think it's going to be Quas Exort. Quas Wex, it's so gimmicky. It rarely ever works out. Whereas Quas Exort is just a much more reliable build. Yeah, the problem is, you're right, the OD can kill the Forge Spirits, but not that easily in the laning phase, right? Because OD really wants to max Astral first, so he's sitting, like, even if he gets like 1 point in the Arcane Orb, he's still sitting at 1-4-1, in which case he doesn't really have the mana regen from his passive, Astora, in order to be able to actually use Arcane Orb that many times. So I still think the Invoker is generally just fine against the OD. I mean, yeah, Arcane Orb can occasionally be used to kill off the Forge Spirits, but I still think Invoker will just do his best to CS with the bonus damage from Exort, and occasionally summon the Forge Spirits when he thinks he can force the OD into using mana he can't afford to use.
Yeah, I can definitely agree there. So, Faceless Void going to be the ban out here for Ventus. For some obvious reasons, obviously combos extremely well with both the Disruptor as well as the Invoker. The Sven going to be the ban out here for Carbon, and it's a matchup we've seen a lot of. I mean, Sven going up against the Luna, and you've said it previously that the Sven does sort of come out ahead in those sort of matchups. So, not too surprised to see it there. The Slark, however, is going to be the core pickup here for Ventus, and then the Axe. So, I mean, this was actually something I wanted to ask if there would be a potential for the Axe. I mean, Axe Omni, it's a age-old combination. I mean, it's pretty scary. Do you think they could be dual laning that?
Yeah, I think with the Axe pickup, they're almost certainly dual laning it. Otherwise, I mean, maybe they'll start off with a dual lane, and then the Axe can go into the jungle, the Omni can sit off lane. Maybe they'll even just to be really greedy and start off with the Axe in the jungle and the Omni in the off lane. I don't think so, though. Well, so we've got some stuff. Yeah, so it's going to be Axe starting in the jungle, actually, unless they swap heroes, which I doubt. It's going to be Axe starting in the jungle, and it's going to be Omni starting that off lane. So they're actually technically, I mean, like, Strike is the 3 position. He's playing the Omni again. I mean, we didn't like this before. Here it's a bit better because your real 3 position should be Chelsea on that Axe, which is what I'm hoping they're going to do it. Like, actually, put Chelsea into the 3 after the laning phase. It's just that Strike, I guess, is more comfortable as an offlaner, although Chelsea played offlane before too, so I'm not really sure why they're doing it like this, but regardless, they are. I mean, and yeah, this is fine. I don't know, I would have preferred to see the dual lane to begin with to put a little bit of pressure on the Slark. You've got a relatively weak lane with Lion, Oracle, Slark. None of them are very strong at level 1. And you've got 2 very strong heroes at level 1 with the Omni and the Axe. And then after that, after you put a little bit of pressure, then you can transition the Axe into the jungle after you've gotten the Omni like level 2, so then he's kind of safe in the lane. Doing it like this is just kind of greedy. It doesn't surprise me to see a South African team doing something greedy, but I still would have preferred to see the other way.
Yeah, I can absolutely agree there. However, this time around, like you say, the Axe, he's going to be able to find his farm in the jungle, so if that Omni has the sort of situation that we saw in the previous game where they did pick him up, he's not going to be under too much pressure. I think a more orthodox draft coming out here for the side of Ventus, and I mean, orthodox doesn't essentially mean good, but I mean, it's definitely something that they should have practiced and be willing to play. But I'm going to be very intrigued to see Filthy Frank's Invoker. I do remember from one of the LAN events, and he did extremely well there, and he's been playing a lot better than I've seen before, so I'm very keen to see how he's going to match up against the OD of Ishan here, who actually played pretty well earlier on today, and on that Marana, just to win their best of 1. So again, like you touched on earlier, I mean, Carbon's coming in here, the favorites, and Ventus, I mean, if they can cause an upset here, they just need to grab 1 game. They can knock Carbon out, and that'll be a hurtful one, and you don't want to really make those mistakes. So do you think there's a little bit of pressure now on Carbon? I mean, they're heading towards that prize pool money sort of area. is there that little bit of extra pressure that could influence them in this game, or are they just? You think they, because it's not at a LAN? Do you think they're just going to have a clear mind and just go into this game, identifying that we can win this game comfortably? We know we got the better lineup.
I don't think they necessarily know they have a better lineup, but I think they have a good lineup, or a lineup that they're comfortable with, at least. And I think knowing that they have a lineup they're comfortable with, going against a team they consider themselves probably to be slightly stronger than, at least, I think they're going to be pretty confident in their ability to win this game. So I definitely think Ventus has a chance to win, but I don't think that Carbon's feeling a ton of pressure here. And it's really going to be up to Ventus to try to put pressure on Carbon rather than any self-induced pressure from Carbon.
Yeah, I apologize about that. Just checking a couple of things with the admins there. And yeah, I mean, we're going to get ourselves underway in Boca. It seems like there's going to be, once again, no contest for these runes. I mean, we haven't seen too much emphasis being placed on contesting runes ever since it's been changed to not be giving experience, because obviously that was when it was extremely strong. But we're going to see the Sand King in this lane alone. Do you think maybe if they manage to sort of zone out the Omni Knight, they're going to rotate someone in to create a dual lane and put some pressure onto this Luna with the Sand King, or does he fare good enough to slow down this Luna by himself?
No, yeah, I think that's actually something that's a little bit strange. Usually you don't want to pick Sand King as an offlane solo, right? This is almost always an offlane dual lane, unless you know that you're going to have like a really weak matchup. But here you got the Disruptor and Luna
being thrown away, and he needs to be very careful about overextending in this lane, because they have very good potential to bring him down, even though he does have that repel in hand.
Yeah, we saw him die multiple times earlier when he played the Omni Knight, so it's going to be pretty important that he makes sure to avoid similar feeding in this game, as he really can't afford it. On top of that, he really just doesn't have anywhere else to go now. I mean, they've got Chelsea in the jungle already, so it's not like he could even fall back into the jungle, which is something Omni Knight can't really do very much. But, just going to have to leech as much experience here as possible, and just be really patient, given the knowledge that, we've got the... Oh.
He's in trouble now. He does get the repel off, and he'll actually get away from this one, but I mean, it's a major issue. One of the interactions I'm actually not 100% certain with, does Fortune's End affect repel by any chance?
It does not remove repel.
Alright, okay. Yeah, that's not too much of an issue, but meanwhile Disruptor will find the kill here onto the Sand King, as that glimpse was used, and obviously with the Luna getting some right clicks in, also having the Lucent Beam. Very possible kill. So Sand King already showing that his weakness in this lane, like you were saying, and not having a support there with him to duel is already coming at a cost here for Destructor.
Yeah, I mean, this is just not why you pick Sand King. Usually you pick Sand King in order to be aggressive during the laning phase, to put pressure on the opposing lane, but here he's been forced to go level 1 Burrow Strike. He still died anyway. He doesn't have Caustic. He's not really doing anything in this lane. Like, this is not what Sand King is for. There are much better off-laners who can have an impact after the laning phase, catching up, rather than Sand King. I mean, like, something like a Bat Rider, obviously, would just be a better choice. Especially because, I mean, yeah, there's Disruptor, but Disruptor's not enough to really counter Bat Rider by itself. Oh, Strike? No, he's going to be fine here. But yeah, so I think... can't pick Sand King into this situation. I think that Hero isn't intrinsically that good. It's worth picking him if you're not going to set up a lane around him.
Yeah, I can absolutely agree with you there. Mid lane, really the matchup that I want to be keeping an eye on. The OD is doing pretty well. The Invoker's not having too much of a rough time, but I think the harass is only going to start now that there's 2 points up into Essence. Aura, life becomes a little bit more difficult as an Invoker. Do you feel that maybe once that axe hits a couple of levels, maybe finds a haste rune or something like that, they need to come and put some pressure onto Ishan here? Oh, sorry about that. We're gonna another kill in the bot lane, as Sand King again gonna be caught out. I mean, I actually didn't expect that kill. I thought he learns his lesson now and he's gonna use the tree line, but he just gets caught out once again by the glimpse, and there's just no way out of this one.
Yeah, he's just in a rough spot here. Disruptor, like I said, is a very good support against the solo off lane. Oh, meanwhile, though, kill the mid.
Yeah, good rotation coming out there from both the Lion as well as the Oracle. Gonna secure that kill over onto the Invoker, and that's gonna help Ishan out a lot more. He was already doing pretty well in this lane, and it's only gonna get better from here for him. And Filthy Frank, unfortunately, is gonna take a tumble. It's not the end of the world for him. Strike, he's managed to find level 3, however, in comparison to Destructor, who's only found his level 2 and has died twice. This is a real tough one. He's actually stuck in the tree line here. Will use his Burrow Strike to get himself on out. There is enough mana for a glimpse, so Destructor, it looks like they're just going to hunt him down and slowly just beat away at him. A lot of time wasted here for the Luna, who has enough mana for 2 Lucent Beams, and seems like Destructor will walk this one off, but very fortunate for him, that could have gone a lot worse. Oh.
Yeah, well, it's a little bit surprising because the offlane we expected to have some difficulty is the Omni Knight, and he's actually been fine. I mean, he's done what he needed to do. Not be greedy in the lane, understand that he has a jungling hero, so anything he can get from this lane is pure bonus, because obviously they're gaining an advantage during the laning phase by having a jungler, assuming they don't lose in lanes. And surely enough, Chelsea's already level 5, so now they're rotating him up here with a level 3 Omni Knight to put a lot of pressure. Meanwhile, the supports have gone towards mid. Looks like Chelsea might actually be reading this one. Filthy Frank needs to be playing more cautiously, and he does not.
Yeah, Filthy Frank is in a lot of trouble. He has been Astral imprisoned up, gets stunned up, and this should be his death. He does get the Sunstrike out just to get a little bit of damage out, but, I mean, there is not much we can really say of that one. He's been caught out now twice by rotations coming from their supports, and I'm sure there should have been a call coming from his offlaner, or his pair of offlaners, in fact, that this lane has been abandoned. So, Filthy Frank maybe making a couple of mistakes here, getting caught off guard, and Ishan, he'll be very, very happy with this outcome.
Yeah, I mean, it's the fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice, shame on me. The first time, it's kind of like, this is what I always used to tell mids when I was coaching or playing. You die once in mid, I don't really care, it happens to the best of us. You die twice in mid, that's definitely your mistake, and that can't happen. Just because, I mean, like, anyone can get ganked once, but after that, you just need to start paying more attention to it. And like you said, I mean, the supports, they've been gone for a while. They have to make a rotation all the way there. You have to expect it. On top of that, your Invoker, like, you can even just, like, come farm this medium camp here reasonably effectively once you're level 5, level 6, using Forge Spirits. Like, obviously it's not ideal, but it's better than, you know, sitting there and dying again, especially because you want to be putting pressure on the map with your Axe, who's now moved out of the jungle.
Yeah, Axe joining the fray here with the Omni Knights. Obviously a pretty strong combination. They're going to have the call plus the purification, which is quite scary to deal with, so this Slock needs to be very, very careful. There's a lot of potential for a decent amount of pure damage to really be raining down on him. They're going to be contesting for this pool, and Axe, he will be very pleased to see that there is a stack here for later on if they do sort of win something. But Strike gonna get Sunny jumping, Axe jumping forward here, does get turned into a frog, but gonna keep the chase up here, and Seer seems to be the one who's gonna be in a decent amount of trouble. The dunk comes through, and that's gonna secure the kill. Now Nitrate, he's actually walked himself on in, and the call wasn't used yet, so Nitrate, he's in trouble. There is a dunk, and that should be used. He does. Oh, actually, that's gonna be a little bit of a mistake coming out there from Chelsea, as the kill did come through from the Omni Knight with the right click. He throws the dunk onto CKY, so a little bit of damage, but I mean, not the end of the world there. CKY just takes so much damage, but no dunk on the Axe, but it will be more than enough to bring him down. So 3 kills in this lane from these two, and yeah, it's the dual lane that I was hoping to see, and they made it come together as soon as the Axe hit his level 6, so I really like this idea coming out from Carbon this time around.
Yeah, I'm glad to see that they didn't just stay greedy the entire way to the blink, that they put the Axe into the off lane once he got level 5, allowed him to come up here and start putting pressure on the Slark's lane, not giving Slark an easy time this time. We've already seen Slarks take control of games. Here, Slark is actually forced out of his lane and has gone bottom, which is not really his best place to pick up farm. He's already taking a lot of pressure here.
Yeah, he's gonna get glimpsed back, he's in a bit of trouble, gets a pounced out, fortunately for him. Steer, he's actually walking a little bit far here, takes more damage than he should. Sunstrike is gonna be slightly off the mark there. Steer, stop walking backwards, but they need to be careful. This is a tri lane that has been forced as a little bit of an awkward pause, and CKY will be scouted here, and hopefully it does get resolved shortly. But CKY does have the stun as well as the Hex, and Nitrate can very quickly join the fray, but 7 seconds left on cooldown for this pounce. I also wanted to ask you this, I mean, going 3 points into Dark Pact and only 1 into pounce, do you think that's a little bit of a mistake, considering you're going up against Axe, who as soon as you see him you just want to get away, and having that extended cooldown being a little bit of a problem?
No, I still think going to max Dark Pack is correct. It's just going to help you farm faster and stuff. But yeah, this is a really awkward situation because the Luna had a really good idea to pop her ult here. It's going to work in the end.
Yeah, there we go. The Eclipse is going to be used, going to secure that kill. Not Wraith, he turns around to see if he can do something about this, but maybe this is not a good idea. He will learn as Purification is going to come out, not going to deal any damage, but it's going to keep the Luna sustained in this lane as The Axe, he's going to be putting pressure on the top lane. The tier 1 tower is already looking like it might go down. Sunstrike going to be just off the mark there. And yeah, Chelsea doing a great job, and this tier 1 tower should fall pretty soon, and it seems like with no contest. Destructor forced into the jungle. I mean, this was probably the only thing that he could do, right?
Yeah, he doesn't really have... I mean, like I said, it's just not the type of hero who does other things effectively. He needs to be able to be dominant in the lane. Instead, he's gone for an Iron Talon. Obviously, he can jungle, but it's pretty slow, especially compared to something like an Axe. Obviously, we can see that with the Axe being level 8 and the Sand King being level 4. So, Carbon have just taken a very strong early lead in this game. And, well, my gosh, I didn't even check the gold graph. It's like a 5k advantage at 9 minutes. That's actually astronomical. And that, in spite of the fact that Filthy Frank has not been cast away. Put it that way.
Yeah, I mean, he's been caught out twice. It's cost him quite a lot, but he's still managed to keep up a little bit here. I mean, the OD is pretty much this mid lane is the only lane that's pretty much been won here for the side of Ventus. Other than that, Carbon seems to be dominating pretty well. So rotation once again coming through here onto Filthy Frank, but seems a little bit miscoordinated here, as Filthy Frank can very easily get out of this one, as Forge Spirit will be able to scout out the rest of the supports coming in, and this time he will not be caught. Thankfully so. But yeah, like you're saying, I mean, they got 4 cores technically farming away. I mean, Axe is farming up jungle, the enemy's jungle at that, so their jungle is still secure for the Luna to fall back on. This is just working out exactly how Carbon would have liked it to. I can't imagine it being any better for them, in fact.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what Ventus are actually going to be able to do to get back into this game, just because their catch-up mechanism, which is a Blink Dagger usually, on the extended lead as much as possible.
Yeah, absolutely. As another tower is going to fall in the bot lane here for the Luna. C1 will be happy with that. And Strike, as well as Chelsea, are just in the top lane putting pressure. It seems like a lot of rotations are heading in this direction. Destructor just ate up a Mango, so does want that extra bit of mana to potentially get 2 Burrow Strikes off in this upcoming fight. As Sheep going to come on through onto the Omni Knight. Looks like they want to deal with that Omni Knight first, as he's going to be the biggest concern. But Destructor taking so much damage. Strike actually just going to look to turn this one around, finds the kill, and they haven't been able to find anything in exchange. In fact, Strike drops a Tango. Oh, he tries to juke, he finds a kill. That was a beautiful play. Strike looking for more, but Astral Imprisonment should cost him his life. Yeah, I don't imagine he gets away with this one, as he will fall. But really cheeky play coming out there from Strike with that drop of the Ironwood branch.
Yeah, you can just see the difference in mentality of when players play against a team that they consider themselves better than versus when they play against a team they consider themselves worse than. Like, Strike's game earlier, when they were playing against a much better team, was night and day different from his game here, playing against a team which is worse than them. And like here, he's just like, you know, making fun plays. Like he's just like he's playing at ease. Like he just feels comfortable, so he just does the things the way he would normally do them, rather than like feeling the pressure of playing against a better team and having this cause him to play, you know, a little bit more questionably. So yeah, really, really nice play there by him. Excellent trade. Forced 5 heroes from Ventus to come top and ended up getting a 2-for-1 trade anyway. So pretty great. Or I guess actually 4 heroes, because Stark was farming, fortunately.
Yeah, and really good kill for them. Stark, he's going to be jumping onto the Luna. He's taking a lot of damage here. Must be very careful of the glimpse if they have vision. But they won't, as Axe does get sheeped up. He was maybe going to look for that jump, as he's found a tremendous amount of farm. In fact, he's got a Blink Dagger as well as a Vitality booster. Chelsea is in a really nice spot right now, and this is brilliant timing. 12 minutes Vitality booster plus Blink. Man, this is sort of the dream situation for a position 4 Axe.
Yeah, well, I mean, you can... Oh, and here comes the Blink.
Yep, there we go, and that's going to be a very dense lock. There's just no way that he survives off this one. Ulti committed here by the Disruptor, maybe a little bit unnecessary, but Ishan, he's going to join the fray, but they're just going to glimpse him on out, and he can't do much. And that's going to be it. They just find the kill into the carry and set Ventus even that much further back, and I don't think they can afford it. Another Blink actually coming at you with the Sunstrike, and that'll be a kill going the way of Filthy Frank. So 10-3 is a score here, and Carbon definitely just looking chins up. They're doing extremely well here. Looks like they might even look for an objective off the back of this.
Yeah, the tower's pretty low. They are missing a creep wave now, but Axe is going to stay in a position to be able to blink and grab whoever comes up for this. They should have Sunstrike back up. Yeah, Sunstrike will be ready. Invoker's pressuring mid, pressuring bottom at the same time. They're just completely taking over the map. I mean, Ventus is pretty much out of this game. Well, if you look at the gold graph, at just 14 minutes in, which is actually shocking. I certainly did not expect this, but maybe a chance on Filthy Frank kill mid.
Filthy Frank in a little bit of trouble here. Good stun coming up from CK. Wagon about a little bit of extra time. They do finally bring him down. And that's a little bit of a consolation kill here for Ishan, who's still managed to keep up with the net worth. I think he's the only individual in his team doing pretty much anything of that sort. So tier 2 tower and the bot gonna fall in exchange for that kill, but we'll be happy with the kill on the Invoker. A little glimmer of hope here for them, but it is looking a little bit bleak. They need to definitely make some sort of progress here if they want to pull this one back. Strike. Gonna look at Nitrate here, knows that he has superior burst damage. Still hasn't picked up a point into Guardian Angel, which I'm quite surprised by. Once again, he just skipped that point. I don't know, do you think that's odd, or is there a reason behind it?
Regeneration.
Well, his reason is that he doesn't really plan on team fighting. He just wants to kind of like pressure side lanes and stuff like that, and he'll get it at level 10, 11, but I still think it's a mistake.
Oh, there we go, another call coming at you onto the Sand King. He's in trouble. Sunstrike and the Omni Purification will secure that kill, and I mean, Omni's got Vanguard plus Phase Boots. He's hitting hard, he's tanky, he's difficult to bring down. And you got the Axe, who's pretty much got a Vanguard as well. I mean, he's extremely close to it. In fact, I think he has enough for it. And I mean, you look over at the cores on the side of Ventus, it just seems a very long way before they get anything. I mean, only a Dragon Lance up on the OD 4-star will be coming soon, but how much of an impact is that really going to make on this game?
Not much, I think. The thing is, so with this Omni build, right? This is kind of like his like pub Omni build. 4 points in Degen Aura, Phase Boots, Vanguard, Windlace. Like, this is just the sort of thing that you do when you play against people who are worse than you, or you consider worse than you, and you just, like, you know, you feel like you can just run over them. Because there's no way that 1 point in Degen Aura, especially after you already have, like, multiple points in it, is better. Like, the 4th point is certainly not better than 1 point in Guardian Angel. There's just no way you can justify that. He's just, like, playing this game as if he's playing, you know, pub against worse people, against, like, you know, people 1 KM are lower than him. So this is kind of the type of thing you can see in a situation like that. But you can see that people who have the habit of doing stuff like this, they get punished for it, because then, you know, they played against a better team and he tried to do the same build and got punished.
Glimpse coming through, and that's going to be another kill coming down onto Destructor. 12-4 is the score, and another tower to fall. And Carbon just looking in a very good position to close this game out. They might just go grab Roshan just to make 100% sure. But yeah, this is looking very, very bleak, as they actually do hit their way into the pit right now. And Aegis more than likely just going to be thrown onto the Luna. Is just going to seize this high ground, and do they have a good enough high ground defense to at least maybe make Carbon think twice about going onto the high ground, or are Carbon just gonna go YOLO onto the high ground from here?
No, I don't think there's any possibility that they can really defend the high ground. I mean, they probably won't just immediately walk up there. They've got lanes to push out. I think someone will TP top first. Might even try to catch the Slark top and then push. We'll see. Well, yeah. So yeah, I don't think so. I think someone's definitely going top first, and then after that, I think they'll try to push. I did want to point something else out. So Destructor went back for Arcane Boots on the Sand King rather than going straight for the Blink Dagger, which is honestly such a mistake in this game, because, I mean, like I said, his team's only chance of coming back is his Blink Dagger, and that's like all their high ground defense too, right? Him being able to set up a big Blink Epi, but he doesn't even have that. So yeah, there's nothing they can do to defend this.
Yeah, I can absolutely agree there. That it seems a bit odd. Disruptor gonna keep himself alive with a glimpse just a bit too late there, so they're not gonna be able to secure that kill on Ishan. Pretty heads up play from him there, just to make sure he doesn't get glimpsed all the way back out to the low ground. But seems like the high ground siege is coming in. Slark, he's still pushing out these side lanes. He does find the tier 1 tower, but I mean, what are they really gonna do? Luna's already got Alacrity on top of that. He's actually turning around and Pacha. Ishan's taking a lot of damage, and Destructor, he does maybe find a good save. No, actually more than enough damage to bring him down, as he does die. And they're going to find the Lion as well. Glimpse going to be used here on Ishan. They're looking to turn this one around. Slark going to join the fray here. He is in Fizz at this stage, going to look for something. Might find a kill into the Disruptor, and that's all he will get. A 3-for-1 exchange. They're looking for more. This could be the 4th. There is no dunk. Yeah, not enough mana for that dunk as of yet, and Slark will be able to get himself out to safety. But a lane of racks has fallen. And that was with the Luna just running after them. I mean, the Invoker was able to just mop that up. And this is looking to be pretty much riding in the sand here. I don't see a way the Ventus are really going to pull this one back. And but again, they're not going to call GG. Of course, this is the best of one, and they might as well go for it. And if something crazy happens, but the Slark going to die there, and not really much to overhype with that one, as Luna just going to be beating away at this Rax. As
Yeah.
yeah.
I did just want to re-emphasize that despite what the scoreboard shows, this is in fact a best of one. So when the Carbon wins this, they will in fact be moving on. And we will probably have a little bit of a wait after this, because I believe up in the upper bracket, we're still waiting for the results of XD versus Bravado. And then one of them will drop down and play in the equivalent match of this. And then the winner of that will be playing against Carbon, presuming Carbon, which is a pretty safe assumption at this point, which will probably be XD, although who knows, crazier things could happen. Do you have any idea about the results of the Bravado XD match so far?
I think it was... I don't know, the game definitely went on for a lot longer than I did expect, so I haven't got any confirmation from anyone as of yet. I can see if I can try and message someone if we get a little bit of space, but I think this game is going to end before I get any sort of solid response. But yeah, I mean, Ventus, surely they bleak, but they know that this is the best of one, and they're going for a smoke play. Yeah, they're going to try and kill something, but even with a kill, this is going to be pretty difficult. Might just slow down their high ground from falling and give me time to find out who won that previous that matchup that we are talking about. Disruptor, he will fall, and yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate there as Luna, he's going to take a decent amount of damage there. In fact, Fun 2 here, so the Luna falling, but that's with Aegis on hand, so they're not too concerned about. Omni just runs in there like a madman, gets Astro imprisoned up, gonna just walk his way on through. Destructor gonna just burrow strike himself to the low ground, trying to TP himself on that, but he will get stunned up and he will die. As he's gonna try and do something about it, but the glaives just do so much damage to these supports, they can't even walk close to it. And should at least be something. They're still holding on here. Stark jumping in the backlines here, trying to find himself a kill, but the ghost hit up on the Disruptor is going to mean he's going to be able to stay alive that little bit longer. The False Promise does come down onto the Slark, as well as the Eclipse coming out, and there's just nothing they can really do. Epicenter does come out, but it has no real impact. The call does come through. 2 buybacks have been forced out, and Ishan, he's a little bit low here. Finger to come out from CKY, could potentially maybe find something, but I mean, look at Night Wraith, he just dies so quickly. Finally, they get the Luna down. Of course, he did not have Aegis this time around, as GG will finally get called, and Carbon will be making their way through to the next step of the lower bracket. And I can also confirm that that match is still on, so I am not too certain who is potentially going to win, but yeah, still quite a long path. XD would, if we had to make some wild prediction, it would more than likely be XD, but I think they're still a pretty strong team. They could even bump BVD down to the lower bracket. That would be quite a surprise.
You
Alchemist.